Hello. Hi. Hello. Welcome in. Today is, in fact, the day. Why do I feel like my... Why do I feel like my makeup looks, like, terrible? Alright. Okay. Whew. I just ran up the stairs because I peed really quick. Yaga is... Oh, she is here. Okay.
So I have to go to my Steam library. This is what it looks like when you should be wearing your glasses and you're not.
You never wear your glasses.
Don't. I should.
But you
I
don't.
don't. I
But
can't
you
be
do
bothered.
not. You can't be bothered?
I just can't be bothered.
I can't be bothered to see.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
That's basically
what do I really?
saying.
What do I need to see? Honestly.
I mean, things. Life.
There's plenty of people that don't do that.
I mean, that's...
Oh my
that's
god!
accurate. I feel
I
like...
literally. Oh, I'm sorry. I opened the game and like it had that white screen, and when I opened up OBS, I was just I was
blasted with like...
I was the beacon to Gondor. Like,
Another hand touched the beacon.
I was the beacon. All right, where's...
Maybe that's a little bit better. Like shine. There we go. I don't know why I was like shining so bad.
Do inside birds count as
What's your time zone? I didn't realize I didn't ask.
No.
Making sure. I am in EST. Est. I'm in the Est.
Estimate.
The Est.
Estuary.
Estimate.
No, inside birds are exotic birds generally, so no.
PST for you. There we go.
Container.
Oh, no, wait, you can't join. It's doing the stupid controller thing. Hold on, maybe I can... The beacon is lit.
I just opened my game.
Gondor calls for aid. The beacon!
I called for aid just because I couldn't see.
The bacon.
I was so fucking blind.
The bacon. Look, see, I can move, but it's doing the thing again. Damn it. I hate when this game does this.
I'm a bard,
Oh.
In a diaper. Diaper bird!
Oh, yeah, wait till you see Diaper Bird over here, guys.
Diaper bird! Thanks, I hate it.
Excuse me?
Wee.
Holy shit, Aya, thank you.
Wee. Wee.
Wee.
I'm just hopping.
Excuse me.
You tell me when your world is open.
I am reopening the game. It was open, but it did this stupid thing with the controller. Where it was like, I will only recognize directions and no buttons.
I mean, that sounds like a... What is it? Like a handicap mode? Like, so the game has a chance.
I literally can't push any buttons. I can only just move in directions.
Just walk.
Yeah.
Just walk. Walk.
So it'll be it's an escort mission, and you have to defeat everything.
A simple stroll through Elden Ring.
That's what the entire game was already. Was Yaga just escorting me?
I had a pretty cool laser beam. I am the board of lasers.
Bored the... Why are you doing this? Like, I just don't understand why it's... There we go.
I feel like people are gonna be like, what gear are you using? I'm gonna be like, the kind that goes pew.
Did she get past the troll today? First of all, you're talking about the fire giant. Second of all, fuck you. Third of all, I am not doing that playthrough.
Fourth of all, pew.
Fourth of all, it's open.
Pew. Pew. Also, I'm confident you can do it.
Fifth of all, no, I've actually retired from Elden Ring. I'm never playing ever again except for with Yaga.
I was gonna say, we're literally playing right now, but
I said
yes,
except for with Yaga.
Oh, hi!
Oh, hi!
Oh, hi!
Oh, hi!
What are we doing?
We have to go to this, and then we say, start adventure 2! Begin Journey 2. Okay, guys, ready? So you can see this is official. Begin Journey 2, official.
Pushing
Begin
button.
Journey 2, you will not be able to turn to your present world of Journey 1. Begin Journey 2, yay! No, fuck you! No, fuck you! No,
Did we do it?
fuck you.
Is it done?
I'm not moving.
I'm also not moving.
Amazing. The game is working.
We broke it. Wee. Shit.
Did it. Hi, Nightlight.
Wait.
Thank you for the raid. What? Are you broken?
I can push my directional stuff.
Yeah, no, I
just
can
can't
too.
move.
All right, so maybe I have to do it. All right, maybe I have to do it, and you have to join an adventure too. But I just got a raid, so hold on 1 second. And it's not even the raid, but hold on. Hello, Nightlight Night. How are you? Welcome in. How was your stream? How is Dark Souls 3? Hello, Firekeeper. Hello. Hello, pre-raid raid. Getting the numbers up or getting the numbers up or getting them ready. Apparently I have to quit this game because it doesn't want to... There we go.
I can't do anything other than just move.
Yeah, I just Alt F4 the game.
And shit.
So, yeah. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry that we we just lost gameplay the second you ran in, but are you raided in? Hello. We beat a boss and ran for our lives. That's From Software in a nutshell, right? Beat boss, run for your life. Beat boss, run for your life. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, hi. If you do not know who I am, my name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. That includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I am currently attempting to begin my first new game plus of Elden Ring, but the game doesn't want to seem to open for me now. What is going on? What is going on? Elden Ring running, but you're not. You're lying to me. But you're not. You're lying to me. I won't play anime waifu games. It's true. It's true. Anyways, while I try to fix my Elden Ring, I hope you guys have your popcorn and your comfy blankie ready, because we have a little trailer that we like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. And hopefully my game will come back up by the time you guys come back. So I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My monitor! Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
He's still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. I have gameplay. I figured it out. It is not broken. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that you had a good stream, and I'm glad you beat your boss. And yes, thank you, fellow firekeeper, because I can speak. Thank you, fellow firekeeper. As my community knows, tonight is the raid train. So yeah, we're excited. We're excited. Everyone's gonna be on their best behavior. No, I know that they're not going to, and that's okay. Okay.
We tried the new game plus and it's broken.
Yes, I'm back in. I have reloaded. I'm going to, I guess, begin Journey 2, and then you'll
I
just
can't
join.
get it to open.
Oh, you have to go into Steam and end Elden Ring. That's what just happened to me. That's what just happened to me, yeah.
Because I was like, we like broke it. I was having a straight heart attack.
Oh, jeez. You remember what you were playing when you were, what was I playing when you were dropped here? All right, just so everyone on my stream can see, because I believe I have to actually begin it before Yaga can join. Here it is.
Do I need to do it on my own?
I don't believe so. I mean, there's no harm in doing it, I don't think. I promised someone else I'd be on my worst.
Okay.
But here you go,
Not
guys.
that
You can
big.
see Journey 2. Yes. Yes.
Come on.
I was playing Mario Kart and I had that silly mustache on. That's very funny.
Is
Oh, it
actually
plays
open?
everything again. It's playing the beginning cutscene again. All right, guys, we can watch it now. I've never seen this before. Shh.
Yeah, never. Not once.
I've never seen this before. Shh.
What is it doing? There it goes. Oh my god.
The great Elden Ring was shattered.
Shattered? Who shattered it? Who's shatting?
I think the first time I ever saw you play was Legends Arceus. Now, every time I catch a Pokemon, I go bunk. Oh, yeah, because I would literally go bunk when I would throw the Pokeballs at them. Bunk.
Seamless co-op my ass.
Mario
I'm a
Kart
bird,
with the
dude.
mustache. That's right. Okay, like, Marika's dress is really pretty, though. So, if
I'm
you
going
guys...
to begin my own journey too.
Yes, goodbye forever.
Freedom.
So, those are women, which I didn't know. Did you know that the assassins, the black knife assassins, are women?
I did.
Oh, my bad.
I don't think I really thought about it, to be honest. I've learned gender doesn't really apply.
I mean,
this game.
in Souls, yeah, I guess so. Guys, this game is so good. Look at, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
It means so much more now after playing the DLC. Like, it means so much more now.
Gunpla.
Moog holding baby Mikola.
Dude, oh, Matt's paint. It makes it look so like clean.
That's so good.
Oh my god, look at I'm a nerd and I am tarnished.
Hi, Nikki. Tarnished. Oh yeah, guys, have you
I am
seen?
tarnished.
Have
Look
you
at
seen
how
our Elden Ring
tarnished.
tattoos?
It's mine is in such
Yours
a
is
terrible
so hard
spot.
to show off.
It's so fucking. I'm like, look at my
Look at
tattoo.
my tattoo.
My arm is so like twisted and fucked. This is fine.
Speaks to us all.
I was the first to perish because I am perishable.
Oralu.
Chieftain of the Badlands.
Gold mask.
Ever brilliant.
20
So these are the other tarnished guys, if you guys didn't know. Thea,
The deathbed companion.
the deathbed companion, sleep
Ooh,
with her,
the
and
taint.
Dung eater.
the Poopa
Right.
Man.
Snake brain.
And Sir Gideon
Hi,
of
snake
the
brain.
Look at all his ears.
all-knowing
Ears.
He's buried in ears.
Ew.
Ears.
Aw, we're gonna have to fight fucking Rhydon again.
Yes. Yes, we will.
I hate it.
We could go straight to him right now, and we could probably kill him.
Why?
grace would
Why
Why do you
not?
want to start with that? Hell!
Why not?
Uh,
Let's just go, let's go Melania. Let's just go straight
let's,
to Melania.
let's just go straight to the end of the fucking game.
Oh,
End boss.
you want
fuck
an Elden Beast?
End.
Okay.
Like, could you imagine just like, fuck you, fuck
I
everything.
love how this is the opening scene. I'm supposed to literally be like crawling out of like darkness and like returning to the lands between, and I have full fucking DLC gear, including a crown.
and become
Lands
the
between.
Elden Lord.
Become
Oh
the
my
Elden
god,
Lord.
cover your titties, madam.
It's talking about Fia.
No.
She is. It's all that she's covering is just
Poo
her titties.
poo! Okay, how are we dealing with Poo Poo Man? Because you fucked up last time.
I did fuck up last time. Thank you so much for the
You fucked
follow.
up?
I did fuck up last time. I did, indeed. You're right. He has one of the endings.
Does
Though the path be broken and uncertain, claim your place as Elden Lord. Okay, dead girl. I'll do it.
Well,
I'll
tell
do
me
it for
what to
you,
do.
dead girl. Guys, we're gonna become Elden Lord
Stinky
for this
Poo Poo
dead
Man.
girl.
Yeah, there's Stinky Poo Poo Man. He's the dung
Alright,
eater.
now
He
I have
eats
to open
the
it so
poop.
she can join. Guys,
That's me.
look at
no
my
renown.
look at my finger wand.
I am a bird.
Yes, Yaga is in full bird gear. Wait till you see
I
her.
have reached my final form.
She has peaked and she is full bird.
I am Elden Bored.
All right.
Oh,
Are you almost done?
fuck. Yeah, I'm being washed out.
Okay.
I am the beacon.
I wonder if we can actually beat this guy, the grafted scion.
Oh, the grafted.
or if it's like a
grafted
scripted death.
No, we could beat the shit out of him.
Well, if you've like ever joined.
I'm
Maybe, I
doing
don't know if you can.
it.
You might not actually be able to until I get.
Fuck you, I'm right here.
Oh, wow! Look, she's a bird. It's a
I'm
bird.
a bird.
It's a plane. It's a Yaga.
It's a me.
Okay.
Elden Bored.
Elden board. Oh jeez. All right, let's go. Let's go beat this guy or try to.
Oop.
Did you fall?
Ah! No, I was trying to run
Oh.
and I crouched.
Oh god, you did it. Well, it's been like a week since we played this last. Come on.
Where are you, you fucking fuck?
There she
Oh!
is.
I got you, bro.
Okay, so maybe you can kill him.
Goodbye!
Yay!
Yay! Scripted
We don't have to
death
come back
geek.
here
fuckadoo.
later. Yay. So you're supposed to die there. So this is
Make me-
oh okay. So do you remember that time that we came here and I like ran off and screamed?
Vaguely.
Go get those butterflies.
Don't you?
Go get those
no.
butterflies.
No, isn't that what we teleported? And no, wait, maybe. What about that?
Yeah, that's what happened to me last time.
Oh, what a good time. Not the mosquitoes. Oh no.
Ugh. I was the one who found that and I fell last time and I screamed last time.
Tee-hee-hee.
Ugh.
Tee-hee-hee-hee. This is fine. This
Who's
is perfectly
this?
fine.
Who's
the
this?
Who the
Who's
fuck
this?
are you?
Who are you? I've never played this before. Who are you?
Is that the horse?
That's a horse. It's a
A
bars.
horse? A gorse?
A
Because it's got
borse.
goat eyes and it's terrifying.
Goat horns. too.
Gorse?
A
A
gorse.
gorse?
Fortune is on
Who
her
the-
side.
Oh, she's all burned. Who is this burned lady?
Oh, who's got boo-boos?
Oh, I should have done America cosplay.
Ah!
Or a Melina cosplay. Well, Melina, I'd have to play with one eye closed the whole time.
That'd be kind of funny, though. Just totally fuck up your depth perception.
Alright, let's see how long I can do it. It actually, like, I'm already starting to, like, twitch from having my
Just
eye
put a
closed so
post-it
long.
note over your eye.
No,
It's
just
fine.
just put like a band-aid, like in the invisible like band-aid tape.
Dude, I could do it so easy. I have doll eye. Like I have one eye that I can close and it just like stays closed and the other, like it's so easy for me. It's creepy.
Alright, well then
Okay.
you're gonna do the America cosplay.
Fuck yeah.
Are you in the
I used
cave
to
with me?
freak out. Yeah. A golden tree.
Oh yeah, are we gonna be able to collect all these again?
I don't know. That's
Doesn't
a good
look
question.
like it.
Bitches.
Doesn't look like there's a seed.
Bitches.
Yeah, because we already have plus
Open the
12.
door. Do
our,
it.
our
Push it.
flasks are fully maxed out. Maxed out.
Dude, yeah, Louis was freaked out by my creepy doll eye. Oh, I can open this though.
Yeah, we can go in here. I think it's a twofer.
Yes. Pew.
I believe it's a DOS. DOS. Alright, let's go to... Is this... Oh, this is a hero's grave. I just don't remember which one this is.
This is, I think I know which one this is. It's the one where it kept rolling and smacking us, the roly-poly-oly.
The roly
You know?
poly oly.
Yeah, and there's the one you can shoot the thing on it. You can shoot
Mhm.
down the thing and drop it on its noggin.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a grave, so the
poison.
graves always have the rollers on them.
Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
Rolling, rolling!
You charging all the things?
Like that.
Hi, you shithead, dude.
Like that.
Oh, you scared me. I thought you were a bad man.
I am a bad man. I'm a bad man.
I'm a bad man.
Fringe folk hero's grave. Where is he? He's coming.
Don't fucking touch me.
Coming, he's coming. Run!
Where am I running?
To the next. Ah! Get out the chair. Pakar. Pakar.
I want.
How come my crown isn't glowy? Does it only glow in the
You're
other
not
place?
walking. You're levitating, and it's horrifying. And I wish you would stop. There's a man.
Oh yeah, that goes down. That goes over, right? Oh, hold on. He's down. Goodbye forever.
You lurk, you stinky man.
You stinky man for
Well,
lurking.
because this tonight just said he was gonna lurk because he had to go take a shower. So stinky man.
This is funny. You're like lurk, stinky man. It's just the way. This is timing. This fun.
Run away, he'll never catch me alive.
Oh, he's
but
still
he'll
up there.
definitely
Okay, he doesn't. He hasn't figured out we're down here yet.
Good for him. What a dumb fuck.
Oh, I think he's here now.
Oh shit!
Though.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Ah!
I think he found out we're here.
Get the faster! Ah!
I think he figured out we're here. Oh, he's stuck.
Good. Stupid son of a
He's
bitch.
unstuck. He's unstuck. He's unstuck.
No,
He's unstuck.
No, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Fuck off!
Fuck off.
I was trying to. Yeah, this is the one where we can drop down. Ah! No! Oh my god!
It knocked me off so
It
far.
knocked me off too. I was like, oh, I'll just drop down. This is the one we can drop down. And he just
Yeah.
said, get the fuck down.
That's so funny.
He said beach.
Quite literally. This is how it begins. Yeah. Yep.
Listen, we already beat one boss.
Yeah, we quite literally already beat the boss you're not supposed to be able to beat.
Yeah. So this is fine. This is fine.
Listen, we have like 100, 200 and something bosses to get through. Like,
Don't you math at me.
What's 165 plus 39?
I just said no math. Get that. Oh, he's gonna hit me. You son of a bitch. I hate you.
You son of a bitch.
Am I wrong?
No, 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 you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
He's so mean.
Ah.
Here he comes. He's a piece of shit.
You gonna turn yet?
Yeah. He just hit that guy. It was so funny.
So funny.
He was so funny. That guy came out and he was like, I'm gonna hit you. No, 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 get in there. I heard him and I got scared. Where is he? Where are you, you fuck? Okay, I don't know what he's doing, but it's not my problem. I'm fucking off.
Okay, I'm down.
Get down.
Chaos?
Get down again.
No. I've not. Is it new?
Okay, I just wanna right here. Whee!
Can you?
Hello. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
He's just like backing up. He's like, can't get me.
Yeah, into me. He was like
Can't get
twerking on me. I didn't agree to that. Keep your butt off me, you little
No,
gargoyle.
no, 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 no. Oh, fire! Oh, I was right there. That's such bull. I was in the cubby.
Oh my god, that was
Such
hilarious.
bull. Jeff Goldblum is Zeus? Oh, I saw
No,
something
no, no, no.
about...
Wait.
I saw something about that online, but I haven't actually watched it.
Oh. Oh, yeah, chaos or whatever?
Yeah.
Hmm. I saw that. I don't know how
Have
to
you
feel
watched
about it.
it?
No.
Oh.
But I saw
just saw its
the
existence.
trailers.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple trailers and I don't know how to feel about it.
This
'Cause
is
I feel like-
flossy.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Yeah. It's only one of these
Yeah,
guys. We
yeah.
literally just killed one.
No, no, wrong, incorrect, incorrect. Not one. Not
Two.
one. Two.
It's fine.
Because I remember when I came over here and was like, oh no, there's a dude, and then the other one jumped on me, and I was like, oh god,
What do you
why?
think, Nikki? Is it good? Worth a watch? Woo, he's about to kill me, though.
Ow,
Jesus.
don't touch me. You little beetle man.
Your daughter binged it?
What are you firing at,
Can you
bro?
not? Like, why? I can't even get my ability off.
Get it off.
I know.
Oh, he's gonna do a
Look at
hoppy,
his
skippy,
Urchy
jumpy.
shaver. Damn.
I just don't know how I feel about like Jeff Goldblum, like, because he plays himself in every role. let's
I
be
was gonna be
honest.
like, what do you mean you don't know how you feel about Jeff Goldblum? He's amazing.
No, but him as Zeus, who I always like. I feel like I have a very particular view of how like Zeus is in
Oh,
every
because like
story,
Zeus
you know?
like puts his dick in everything. You mean?
Yeah, he's like this
That's Jeff
playboy
Goldblum.
who's. I feel like I don't see Zeus as very like lighthearted and you know
I guess.
joking. He seems very like douchebag.
I guess.
Like he's kind of dude bro,
Kinda dude, bro.
but like older dude bro.
Yeah, I guess so. What is your guy shooting at? The wall?
I don't know. He's having feelings.
I
and
would
we're
say
not
he's
talking
doing his
about it.
best, but I'm not even sure.
He's doing. We
Never
can drop
thought of him
down.
to do it.
I don't know if you remember, but there's a spot we can drop down here.
For anything. This is like a new playthrough every playthrough.
Yeah, right at this ledge here. You go. Wee.
And then it says spaghetti died.
No, Pasketsky no dying.
Pisketsky.
Hey, look at I am down here, and then there is a elevator.
Is there anything in here?
I don't think so. Not that I remember.
You're surprised? I'll have to check it out for sure. I accidentally restarted Lost, and I have, at
accidentally restart
Yeah,
Lost.
I did accidentally restarted Lost because you know how Hulu is like, hey, I see you fell asleep while watching this show. We are just gonna randomly play this other show.
Oh yeah.
And then
Yeah,
I
it
woke
does
up
do
and I
that.
was like, oh, Lost. Yeah, I remember this show. And then I was like, what's going on in Lost? And then I was on like episode 6 or something because I was asleep. And then I was like, what? I'm gonna restart this because I don't remember.
No, what?
What?
Yeah, see, there's the pots you can shoot down on the stupid.
Oh god, I
fucking
remember.
thing, and then you get
And you
the
tried to
item
line
from
them up for 500 years.
Yeah, it's kind of a fucking pain. I
Yeah.
don't even know where he is, to be honest.
I don't know either. I mean, he's probably like, he'll probably get on us as soon as we jump down here.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit like that.
Because they're lost. Let's see.
In space?
You stay up there? Yes.
I don't hear him at all, which
I
is
don't
really
either.
weird.
But he'll probably show up, I'm telling you.
Or will he? Don't mind me. You know what? Give me caffeine. Give me the caffeine. Gib.
Wait, are we back here?
Yeah. That's where it drops you back off at.
Oh, is he? Then he's gotta be stuck.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, well.
Oh. Delicious Coca-Cola. Watch him just
Ooh.
like run right up my
That's
bum.
what I'm saying. He's gonna spawn, I'm telling you.
He's gonna spawn inside me.
Oh no, but there's ghost mans in here.
Ghost man!
No, 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 no,
No.
No.
No. No.
no.
Did you go left or right?
Down, not up.
Okay.
It's the fog doors right here.
Wasn't up? Is that where the dung eater was? No.
The
No,
dung
what am I
eater
thinking of?
is in the jail. He's in the
That's
subterranean.
right. I don't know
shutting grounds.
why. I don't know why I thought. What the fuck's up there?
Yeah, we haven't even gotten into the lands between yet. We're in the graveyard still.
I was just having a straight stroke, apparently.
It happens
Pop
to
for
the
the
best
win.
of us.
Okay, what I gotta ask? What is everybody's go-to soda or pop?
Papa.
Papa. Like if you're going to a fast food place or a restaurant.
Mountain Dew.
Or-
If they don't have it, just Diet Coke.
I don't know why, but I would not have picked you as a Mountain Dewer.
I am a Mountain Dew.
Like I know you drink it,
I
but like
do the
I didn't think that would
dew.
be your go-to.
I don't even
Interesting.
remember what's in here, so let's fucking go.
Yeah? Yeah!
Exactly. Exactly. We don't like these guys, if you couldn't tell by the screaming. Okay.
Especially when you walk right in and it
Yeah.
tries to light
Yep,
you
yep.
up in the
I
face.
can't move. Thank you, sir.
No, 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 no. Keep your mouth to yourself. It's an original tune. You're
Orange.
welcome.
Orange soda. That's a good one too.
Ah, you son of a bitch!
I hit the dodge button, but okay. I guess I didn't time it properly.
He's
Hello?
making faces. Maybe he wants the moon. Ow, you stupid.
You want fire? Do
fucking-
you like fire? I don't like fire very much.
Do you like the moon? How do you feel about the moon? Oh, the moon fucked him up. Oh shit, oh shit,
Oh,
oh
he's
shit.
exploding! He's exploding! Okay, he's dead.
Oh, he exploded to death. Good for
I was
him.
gonna say he's gonna do magic explosion, but no. Oh, the golden seed we can't use. Cool. Alright, it's 2 bosses down, guys. We're doing so good. 2 bosses down, only 207 to go. Woo!
For me, it's Coke. I always go Coke.
Laz, how you
Coca-Cola.
doing? Oh, my drink is here. My drink. My
Laz?
drinky. My drinky.
Yeah,
My
I thought you would
drinky.
have gone Dr. Pepper.
My
honestly.
drinky.
Go get it. Go to the
I said what I said. There were words, probably.
Disrespect your surroundings.
Like the feathers. I know they're great, right?
Okay.
The only problem I have is the little diaper. I'm not a fan of the little crotchy diaper moment.
Why don't you like the diaper?
It's very prominent.
Guys, you already know.
It's not pink.
You already know what this drink is.
Dr. Peppy? A
No.
dirty Dr. Peppy?
It's not. They don't do dirty Dr. Pepper anymore. No,
Why?
my new thing.
I think I got offended.
My
Why?
new thing is the strawberry dragon fruit green tea from Dunkin' Donuts.
Not chew on your bowl, you
'Kay.
dingus.
Let's go.
See,
Let's
that's-
actually like go do stuff now.
I get the strawberry acai refresher with lemonade at Starbucks.
Starbies, kind of the same.
Starbucks. It's so good.
So bougie.
Go.
Oh, good though. All right. Are we gonna go for Tree Sentinel?
We can.
Yeah,
We
he's
can do
right
whatever
here.
we want. Who the fuck's gonna stop us?
Nobody. Nobody's gonna stop us. Wow, Limgrave. I've never been here before. Oh, yeah, what does our map actually look like? Oh. We have all of our locations, but we just don't have our
Yay! Oh. Simultaneously excited and depressed.
places.
Story
A
of my
PSL,
fucking
I
life.
actually had one today. About an hour and 15 minutes log.
This bitch called me maidenless.
Oh, you got no bitches.
I got.
Alright, we're gonna
no
go kill that
bitches.
fucker.
Oh, okay. Hey, fucker.
Hey, fucker!
Hey, fucker. I bet his name is Tony. Fuck you, Tony.
Hey, fuck you, Tony!
You want the moon? I mooned him. Ha 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 ha. Sucker. Oh shit. He's mad. He's mad.
You bitch.
He's real fucking mad.
He's a bitch. He keeps running away from my rocks.
Yeah, he just slapped me like super duper slappy.
Are you
Motherfucker
gonna-
is
you're gonna-
slappy happy.
Are you gonna come up the mountain? Sir?
He's gonna die is what
Sir,
he's gonna
mountains don't work like that. Okay, 3
do.
bosses.
Oh no, he died.
3 bosses down.
What if we just like killed everybody
That's kind of
in
what we're doing.
one night?
That's a lot.
That is a lot. But we're also killing them very fast.
That's also true. Okay, so chat.
We gotta get Torrent.
Yeah, we have to go. Yeah, I was gonna say we can just push straight over to Stormvale.
Don't touch me, goat.
Time for the fire giant. All right, we have to speed run to fire giant. So we have to.
We gotta get Torrent.
Yeah, so we okay, so we have to get our first great rune, which is going to be Godric, and then we can go to Lanedell, and then from Lanedell we have to beat Golden Godfrey and Margot.
Damn it, Drake.
Margot, and then we can fire giant after that. Yeah, we could do that. We could technically do that in one night. It could be done.
I would like to buy.
Oh, we don't need to buy any of that stuff. Cool.
I would like to buy a telescope. I would also like to buy your pots.
They're great
Give-
pouts. Cracking
Give
pots.
me your pots. Oh, I can say about
I'm gonna buy these just so I have all stuffs. Because I'll
Buy
I'll
all.
never have enough runes to level ever again in my life.
Whee!
Anyway, how's it going? It's going really good, Laws. How are you? Guys, I potentially most likely got a promotion at work, which is cool, but also like oopsies. I feel bad for the person who I'm replacing, but such
I mean,
is life, you know.
here's my question because I saw what you said about it. If you said no, would that guy still get fired?
Yes.
Then yeah, don't feel bad.
But I feel like I like him. Like
It doesn't matter though.
No, I know. Like professionally, business is business. I don't feel bad. But like on a friend level, like that sucks because I like
But
the
it's
dude and like
it's not even
we play
it's,
Minecraft
like
together.
yeah, I get, but it's not like you're taking his job and like if you said no, he would get to keep his job.
Yeah.
He's losing his job either fucking way.
Yeah.
So like you might as well benefit from it. I'm sure he would rather you take his job than some fucking random stranger.
Take him out for a drink or something. Yeah. Yeah. My bad. Right.
take him out for a drink and be like, listen, I did not just take your job. But
Listen.
like I did. But you were gonna get fired either way. So like
Listen, I took your derb.
Turkaderb.
I took your derb. Remembers you aren't his assistant anymore. Like, that's the thing, though. Like, he already has a second assistant. I don't know. He will probably still ask me to do shit just because he knows I'll actually do it right. And, like, honestly, in kind of a selfish way, I still want to do, like, the grocery pickups so that I can pick out the snacks that I like for the office.
I killed a man and he was very dramatic about it. As they tend to be. It's like when men get sick and they're like, I'm dying. And it's like, you have a fucking cold. You don't even have a fever. Shut up.
Has he had a... No. He has not had a second assistant this whole time. What the... Get out of here, my guy.
I touched the grace. I touched it, but it did not sit at it. I just touched it.
No, yeah, don't sit, because Melina
I
will
put
be
my
there.
hand on it. I put it on my hand. I said, touch. Touch. Handsies, feetsies.
Bro, you are very obnoxious. I am stuck in this building. I'm gonna die because I can't get out of here.
Wee. Ooh, big summer blowout.
Yoo-hoo, big summer blood.
Get away from me, you torchy, swordy motherfucker.
Jesus Christ. Why was that guy harder than, like, all of the bosses so far? It's because he had a shield, that's why. Alright, ready to go in this?
What
you're
is in this?
fighting.
I'm killing some people
I
for
see.
funsies.
I see. For
They deserve
runes,
it.
because we're, you know, we're really rune starving.
Yeah, I'm a little low-level baby.
Mm.
I'm just a delicate creature.
Yeah, guys, we're pretty low level.
Just a baby.
We're pretty low level. Level 559.
Yeah, that's so little.
I'm surprised he asked you to take the new spot. How can he trust you? What do you mean, how can he ask you to trust it with doing it and do it well? What do you mean? He's asking me to do it so that I can do it well. Because the guy wasn't doing it well.
That's kind of how promotions work, right?
Right. Oh, yeah, let's get,
I'm
this-
down here. I opened the door and there's a chest. I'm scared.
Yeah.
Hold me.
Hold me. Don't say you're a baby pink is scared of babies. It's true.
Goo goo gaga, motherfucker.
No.
It's so stupid. But like also rightfully so. Babies are sticky. Why are they always sticky?
They are always sticky.
always sticky. It's so fucking gross.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
It wasn't the teleporter chest and you thought it was.
I to be honest, I didn't think anything. Brain off.
Holy heck, how did you get your level that high? I will tell you exactly how I got my level that high. This game glitched and we absolutely benefited from it. Hi Phoenix,
It
how
was
you doing?
really funny.
We got 60 trillion runes for killing Edgar the Revenger because the game glitched.
It was really funny.
60 trillion. Yes, as in like 3 more digits than million.
It's just so funny because like when it happened, we were just like,
We were like, wait.
wait,
What?
why do we have so many runes? Like, what is happening?
Yes.
And then they patched it shortly after. Like literally, like, it was like a day or two later.
meant it was an easy rest of the game. I mean, we were like, we honestly, genuinely, like, we're doing decently okay.
We did struggle with a few things after that, though. There were like where we took a couple times to do certain things, but
I'm jealous. I'm only 202 in the DLC. Listen, even at level 550, there were still some parts of the DLC that we were like, holy shit.
yeah, final boss I think took us,
Offer you an accord.
was it
11.
10 times?
11 attempts.
No,
I think we got
I think
it.
it was. I think we got it on 10 because it had just hit double digits. Because you were like, "There's no way we're doing this in single digits," and it like had just hit double digits, and I was like, "Son of a bitch!"
Or you're stalking Melina.
Yes.
Okay. Two
She
things.
said,
Why
"Take
would
me
he move
with
you from
you."
assistant when you're doing that job so because he has a second assistant now, and because he wants somebody to fix what's been going on in this other department. So he can trust me to do it, I guess.
You generally want to put your strongest players on the field.
Hmm.
Just saying.
The fingerprint stone shield that blocks everything. I've seen a couple things. I've seen a couple, I don't want to say cheeses, but I've seen a couple things that work. Are you still talking to Melina?
No,
I can't get
she
up.
fucked off. Should I slap you? Should I rest at the site of grace?
Try?
What if I pass time?
That shouldn't change anything.
Well, I don't know.
Why
the one
is
who's
this game like?
stuck
I don't
sitting.
know. I know, but why is it like this? You
I mean,
probably
I asked
shouldn't
myself
have
that.
sat while I was in a cutscene. Is probably what happened.
I mean, we hadn't had problems with it in the past.
I don't
The
know,
only
but
thing
I
we
can't
had
do
problems
anything.
with was
I have to
like,
force quit the game again.
oh no. Okay, let me separate.
There's a
separate
spell and an
things
ash that
aside.
make him easy. Not saying which ones though. Has he paraded? No, no new ladies. An old. I don't want an old lady. A previous lady.
A former.
A former lady. Yeah. Right now that you've
An
left,
old
can I get up?
lady.
Why this? Why is this being like this? Also, it's 9 o'clock at night. Who on earth is calling me?
Probably Zach.
Oh, don't even. Don't even. Sorry, guys. I don't know why, yet again,
What
Elden Ring
happened?
just gets stuck when we were both trying to do something. It didn't do this before.
God has risen.
Very frustrating. Very annoying. Very demure. Very annoying. I just beat my first story boss of the DLC after I went and got myself lost. So, first story
Yes.
boss, when you went to Grave
Excuse
Site
me.
Plain and you entered the DLC, did you go to the west or did you go to the east? Because I'll know which boss you're talking about.
That was really intense. It was like camping.
All right, let's try this again. The other session, yeah, no shit, because you
Look
got
at,
stuck.
look at this guy. Look at, he thinks he's so sneaky. You're not sneaky. I see you up there.
West. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go possibly get Melina and see if this won't get stuck again and
Moon.
open it again.
Ow. Haha, you died. Does anyone remember the first time you fight this guy and how like terrifying he seems? Because I do.
Which guy? Who are
He's
you fighting?
big and he's strong
Who are you fighting?
and he's stompy.
Who are
and
you
he's slappy.
fighting?
Ooh,
Who
he's got
are
a
you
police.
fighting?
That first giant. I
Oh.
did it.
Are you talking about the grafted scion?
No. The one that
Traveler
jumps down on your head when you're going
from
through the gate
beyond the fog.
front.
I am
Oh.
Melina.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
one that like the first time you go through, you just run by him because like he just like completely shits on you. That one. I was waiting for you to come back, and I was like, I'm gonna kill this mother fudger. And then I did.
I have to retire my blasphemous blade. Since some,
I offer you
I will
my
say,
sword.
as the spoiler warning at the top of chat says, I am using DLC weapons because they are for sure very cool.
They serve the
Pew.
two fingers, offering guidance and aid.
Die! Ow! You motherfucker! Stop doing that.
But
I like
you,
how my wand is
I am
like
afraid,
in my leg, and so I just have this
are
like
maidenless.
ball, this abyss, this ball.
You got a ball
of
leg?
Play
abyss.
the role of maiden,
I hate when I've got abyssal ball leg.
I can play the role of maiden. What if I
turning
want to be my
means
own
to
maiden?
aid
Ah!
you
A
in your
man!
search
Who
for
put
the
this man
elven
here?
ring.
Anyways. Is your thing
You'd
open?
only take me with
No,
you
I'm still talking to Melina.
Gross.
to the
I know.
foot of the earth.
Melanoma.
Takes so.
Then it's
I will
just
take you.
only
it
by
did
great
bappy
art
boo.
Torrent has chosen you. Yay!
Right, get out of there.
All right. There we go. I have arisen. I am opening.
I was yelling
Okay.
at my dingus dog because she's gonna rip things down with her big fat head.
No, they did not get the new assistant because of that. This is actually something recent. The new assistant has actually been around since July. I thought I told this story on stream. I'm pretty
You
sure I
did.
told this story on stream.
You did.
But he actually hired this new assistant while I was on vacation doing my streamathon. So when I came back from my streamathon, he had a new assistant, and I thought that like I had gotten replaced while I was on vacation or whatever. And he was like, "No, I'm just having two assistants." So
I can afford it.
I can afford
I've got
two assistants.
money.
So yeah, and she takes. It's funny because she takes care of a lot of the bullshit that I really didn't want to do. Like, I did not want to do any of his, like, plane or, like, flight school or, like, any of that shit. And she's doing all of his flight school stuff. Like,
Of
yes.
course he's learning to fly a plane.
Oh, wait, did I not tell you that he bought a plane
Yeah, no, you did. You
because
did, but
he's
it's just
hoping it will motivate him to learn how to fly?
rich people.
Yeah, no, he hired...
Is he
she's
gonna buy a
sitting-
submersible and go see the Titanic?
He's probably...
Because
I don't
it'll encourage him to become a captain?
learn how to use a submersible, I guess so.
Make sure he stocks up on
PlayStation
Xbox controllers. Was it PlayStation or was it
It was a
Logitech?
Mad Cat's. It was a Mad Cat.
Oh, I thought it was like a Logitech or some shit.
Maybe he already knew. Well, see, the thing is I've actually been, I don't want to say helping. Helping is not the right word. I've been essentially kind of like auditing / monitoring this department for the past couple weeks anyway. Because he's like been like what the fuck is going on in this department where like stuff's not getting sent out on time and all this other stuff.
Fat the whack.
But the weck. So I've kind of been like just over there like, for lack of a better term, I've just been there babysitting them for the past couple weeks. So now, yeah. So now apparently he's like, yeah, it's just, yeah. I don't know. But it's more money.
I think it's
and
funny.
I really honestly don't think it'll be a difficult job.
I think it's funny how he literally just moves people around on a whim.
Oh, all the
'Cause,
time.
Like, that's not how jobs generally work. Like, you actually have to structure things properly, and he's just like, nah, fuck that noise.
Oh, all the time. All
He's
the
like,
time.
I
He's
stick you
like,
here, you
so
go
and so
there, just
left,
kidding.
like, who can we put in their place? And a lot of times it's like people will be like, I don't have any interest in doing that, and he'll be like, yeah, but you're the only one who's like smart enough to.
That's not why you give people jobs. I mean, well, because like if they have zero interest in it, are they really gonna fucking like?
No, and that's why people
the
don't
work?
stay.
Yeah,
And
so that's
why
what I'm
they
saying
don't
is like
stay.
the compliment's nice, but realistically, it's like if you don't want to do the job, you're gonna fucking leave.
Yeah. So we had the girl in finance who like just walked out, and like I had to help out there and just kind of, I didn't even really have to do much. I just had to do like the deposits. And, like, prepare the deposits and bring them to the bank and stuff like that, which is whatever. It's whatever. Anybody can do that. But yeah. So we shall see.
Oh, woo! Flying wolves.
And
That's
you're
not
just
fucking weird
she
at all.
doesn't care at all. She's out.
Killed one. What do you want from
It's
me?
fine. We can just go to Storm. We don't need to do this.
No, I'm killing them. Fuck them.
Oh, okay. I'll kill these guys.
Oh. Oops. I need to reload on magic though. Away from me.
An ad break is about to begin.
Oh no! Don't
no.
bite my goat horse. My gorse.
My gorse. Oh my gorse.
Oh my gorse! Lilith! Do not do that.
I don't know why I'm even collecting any of this stuff. I don't
Why
know.
even touch things? Why bother?
Come here.
Touch.
Give me Ash of War. Son is not
Touch.
completely paying attention, and the wolf scared me. Back to your Dark Souls 3. Level 1. Oh my gosh. I don't think I have the... I don't think I have the patience or the wherewithal to do a level 1. Like, I think that would kill me. Like, in-game and in real life.
Yay, jellyfish! Are you done? Okay. I got my jellyfish.
So now we have 2 jellyfish, because we get to keep everything we had before. I wonder if there's stuff we're gonna find that we missed.
Where the feck are you? Are you invisible again?
No, I'm at the
feel like you're
castle. You went to the shack. I just went straight up to the castle.
Oh, well, aren't you fancy? Aren't you the fancy schmancy?
So fancy. I'm so fancy. You already know.
Whee!
Yeah, so I am using a remembrance weapon from the DLC, and I love it. Remember? I remember. Are you ready for Margit? Margit the Fell.
Margit can bite my butt.
Tarnished.
Margit
It's always a pain in
can
the ass
suck a
doing
duck.
low-level runs, but as long as you do your research, it's always a pain. I just.
You want
it's
me
so
to talk
scary.
to Melanoma? I don't want to.
Okay, let's go. Foul tarnished. Oh, here, let's get to Rogier. Hi, Rogier.
I don't see. There's nothing there for me.
I know. We do this every time.
I don't see.
Rogier, my dude, are you dead?
All day, every day.
He's been dead for so long, I almost forgot.
To say, Rogier, my dude, are you
Rogier,
dead?
my dude, are you dead?
Are you dead?
Foul tarnished. I knew it. In search of the Elden Ring.
Beach. I already has it. I ate it.
Flame. That looks
He looks.
painful.
He looks like one of those guys
And
you
he
see
files
on.
down the ones on the front.
But he looks like one of those guys you see on those doctor shows that have like those really long nails or toenails. Like
Doing big chunks of damage. Well,
It's like
they like buff. They use like certain
peritonitis or some
buffs and
shit? I don't
stuff. Oof. Yeah.
must why though? Let it not.
Margit de Fell.
Abgif.
Margit.
Gabdis. What
I
point
wanna
blank just
I want no,
lit him
no,
up.
No, I want to see if your little guy can do it.
He's trying.
I
He's
know.
doing his best. Rogier's getting fucking lit.
Rogier, my dude, are you dead?
He's about to be, like, goddamn.
Look
He's
at your
just
little
getting
guy. He's
hammered.
trying so hard.
He's doing his best with his little buns and his little tail.
He's doing so good.
Because I did
Look at Yaga's little guy.
He's currently just hanging out. He
Why
can't be
is
bothered.
he so hard focused on Rogier though? Like he specifically was like, "Fuck you" in particular.
I like how my guy's completely forgotten the mission. He's just like, he's just gonna hang out.
I bet you our summon can do this entire thing.
I don't know, cause Rogier's about to eat it.
That's true. Rogier, my dude. Are you dead?
Oh, they slapped my little minion a little
Oh,
bit.
Rogier!
There he goes. You asked, and you shall receive.
That was a passing skill.
He's literally almost half dead.
I know he's on
your,
his face too.
Your poor marionettes.
Oh,
your marionette. It shot into space.
Oh,
Are we actually gonna have to fight him?
I have to. He's on me.
Okay, I'll throw a moon at him. Moon.
Busted! Holy shit!
Moon.
Thank you so much for 30 months. That's wild.
Moon. Ah, nah, he's done.
Chadwag.
Goodbye, Margit.
Thank you so much, Busted, for 30 months. That's pricey. I shall remember thee, tarnish.
I don't even remember me. That's so silly.
How are you? I'm good. How are you? How's things? What you playing lately?
Oh, this is not a good view of my character at all. This is a very bad view of my character.
I've been
That's a
to see whether
that's a diaper shot.
Grace truly does
That is, wow.
whether you
I hope
Fortnite
I
and
greased
Rocket
my
League?
gooch.
that entails.
Rocket League,
It
hey?
seems my worries were unfounded.
And
Torrent,
bird.
Peaked at Diamond and Rocket League duos? I've never Rocket Leagued in my life.
pretended. There is but one
Not a
thing
single
I
league.
can
I've
do.
never
Of
leagued
Rocket.
a rocket in my life.
I can take you to the gathering
Yes, take me to the round table. Thank you.
Let my
It's
Take
fun.
me away. Guided by shut the fuck
We're gonna
up,
be
goddammit.
broken again because you said.
No, we're not. We're going to the round. See, look, you're already standing.
I'm not.
On my screen, you are. Well, you're squatting. We're touching hands.
Oh,
There we
okay,
go.
good. Oh, okay, good. I was about to be like, no, I don't want to reload it again. Wow, the round table's not on fire.
Wow! What a novel concept.
It's been so long. It's been so long. Brother Corwin, are you mad at me still?
Yeah.
No, you've forgotten everything. Hello, finger ladies.
What?
The fing
You
the,
can't
the
just
finger
say
the finger maiden
words.
husks.
Look, it's
I'm going to
the
buy
man.
everything.
I
I'm
see.
gonna buy everything. What's that?
Incantations.
What are those great bolts? I want to use
Great
them because I
balls of
have the.
fire.
Oh wait, do I have any ball bearings? Ball bearings? No.
Balls?
Hands,
Do you have balls?
touching hands, reaching out, touching you.
Sweet Caroline.
Hi, Dialos. I haven't seen you in so long.
She's a servant to my. She's been my. I've lost count of them, honestly.
Guys, I haven't seen half of these NPCs in so long because they've all been dead.
How did that happen?
No!
Oh no, Charlie.
Oh no!
Oh no, Charlie.
Your new face, no matter, all the same. Loud sharabs.
Wow, offensive much?
What this? Oh yeah, that's right. Guys, look at all these weapons.
You're a weapon.
Wow, that kills people.
Wee wee. Here,
Ooh,
wee
let's
wees.
do this.
Wee wee.
All the way home?
How come I can't talk to this man?
What man?
Man by the door.
Because you're not allowed to.
Well, what the fuck, man?
I don't have answers for you. You're just not allowed
Well,
to.
listen. Stop it.
Oh, you know what I want? Did I get it on this character? I think I did get it
I
on
help.
this character. I want the...
Oh my god, Fia, what the fuck?
What happened with Fia? What'd Fia do?
She was laying down weird, and then, like, she just popped
This
up
one.
and is now levitating over the bed.
No, not that one. No, where's
me,
the
you
one?
freak.
Did I get it
What
on
am I
this
doing?
this character?
I think Fia's broken.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, hold on. I want to get... Oh, we
Oh,
can't yet. We
now
can't
I'm
even get the
levitating.
remembrance yet because the door's not open with the fingers, the two fingers. Shit!
The finger door? Finger the door.
Yeah, the
I'm
finger... Look,
levitating.
the finger door's not open yet. We can't go in
I
here.
can't. I'm levitating. You can see my feet.
All right, what else do we have to do here? Oh, you got touched. Yaga got touched. Yaga got hugged.
I got to touch me. I wanna feel dirty. Jimmy, fulfill me.
I probably shouldn't be buying these. I probably have all of these, but you know what? I have runes to burn. Runes to burn.
And a tree to burn. No, that was last time. Just kidding.
Okay, so now, we have to get to Fire Giant. So now we have to go to we have to go to Godric so we can get a great rune so we can go into...
We could go in
Langdale
here. Stone sword key. There you go. Open.
Which one did you go? Downstairs?
Downstairs. So I could get some bullshit I don't actually need. The Corpus Black Key crossbow and the
Oh, isn't
Oh,
the
people.
sword down there?
probably.
The coded sword or whatever?
Maybe. I'm opening the other door. We'll find out. It is the Assassin's Prayer Book.
Oh. Oh. Show me on the doll. Alright. Let's...
Am I the doll?
Yes.
Wee. What? We're gonna talk about that.
All
Where
right.
go? What do?
We have to go back to Stormvale so we can kill Godric.
Mm.
Godric the Grafted.
Okay.
It's fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Stop licking the floor, you weirdo.
You guys
That's-
remember when like this game used to be hard? Do you remember?
Memmy.
Remember?
I can't ride my horse. Why?
You can't ride your horse in because we're in a dungeon.
That's not a good enough reason.
I don't know what to tell you. We're in a legacy dungeon. You can't ride your horse.
That's
Like-
so lame. I'm the Elden board. I should be able to do
Not
whatever I
anymore.
want.
Come over here.
Ugh.
It's tightly guarded.
It's
This
fine. Open the
guy
gate.
freaks me out.
Open the gate. Open the gate. Use the gate. Open the gate.
But of course,
Open the gate. I ain't no bitch.
Wow. Tell them how you really feel. For real, for real. Not for play, for play.
Not forget. Remember Star Wars? I remember.
I remember. Did he open it?
Yeah.
Is he done being
Yeah.
sensitive?
He done being sensitive.
Oh boy, a rune fragment.
What is down there?
Well, you find out one way or another. With your body. Wee.
Wow.
Wee.
I see nothing. I see
How am I
nothing.
supposed to get that? I am not tall, I am small.
No, I think you go this way.
No, you go this way.
Oh, okay. I will go this way then.
Wee. Wah, 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 wah. What?
Yeah, look.
You look. Oh, I don't know where you are actually.
Wait. Oh wait, no, it's low. Oh wait, it's lower? Oh. The second Beetlejuice? Beetlejuice.
Beetle.
You're excited? I have to watch Beetlejuice again because it's been a very long time.
Beetle fruits. Oh, there's stairs right here. Hello, stairs.
Stairs where? For what?
Over here. Stairs. Hello, stairs. Who put these stairs here? I have to sneeze. Why am I so sneezy today? I hate it. Oh.
Ooh,
Oh.
sneaky.
Oh no. Oh no.
Did you fall?
I did because I was trying to fall on the thing, but I fucked up after. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Fuck me sideways. It's fine.
Oh, look.
Anyways,
Found it. Let's see what it is. Is it worth?
I found it, but I
Is it
fell.
worth? It's fire grease.
Is it really?
Yeah.
After all that,
Yeah.
I was so excited because I was like, "It's this way," and then I fucking just threw my face off.
It's fire grease. Face Off?
Fucking
What a
hate
movie.
him.
What a movie.
I watched the TV show.
Oh, that's a good show too.
I love special effects stuff, so like, it was
So,
always one that I
As
really
I was
enjoyed.
saying before, I accidentally started watching Lost again, which,
Gross.
whatever. No, not gross, because do you know what? Honestly, the first like 2 seasons,
shit.
I would even say maybe the third one, give or take a couple episodes, but the first 2 seasons of Lost specifically is still to this day some of the best television I've ever experienced. Like just the way that every single episode like just left you like needing to know more. Like it's been such a long time since we've had a show like Lost that was just like not to be tee-hee, but like lost in the sauce. You know, like it's been a while since we've had a show like that.
I never watched Lost, so I can't really.
So the 6 was playing in Mystic. I loved the Mystic Theater. The Mystic Theater was very quaint, and I saw I,
Theatrical?
Tanya there. No, not no. I saw I, Tanya in the Mystic Theater. Even better than Fear Factor. You can, yeah, that's right. The Mystic Theater serves alcohol.
Alcohol.
If I had a friend, other than the one friend who's about to get fired tomorrow, if I had a friend, I would get A-list again, and I would go to the movies more often. I miss going to the movies. Steph and I used to go to the movies like twice a week. Because we had that AMC Theaters A-list membership.
It just came out of fucking nowhere.
Came out of fucking nowhere.
Pew, pew, pew.
But also,
Just
like, there hasn't been
spamming.
super... I don't know, there hasn't been a lot of movies that came out lately that I was like, man, I really want to experience this in the theater. Other than
You
Deadpool
mean
and
you-
Wolverine.
I was gonna say you didn't want to see Borderlands in theater?
Oh,
Shocking.
yeah. Yeah. I didn't even want to see Borderlands for free, and I still did.
That was all you.
Wow, you didn't want to see out of curiosity either?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, okay, you can't change how you feel about what you wanted
I don't
before
know.
now that you've seen it.
Well, no, I just
Before, we were
genuinely,
curious.
don't remember if, because it's one of those things where I'm like, do I want to subject myself to this? And I don't know that I had an answer. Pick the moon. Look at all
Guy.
these dishes.
I don't think these guys move. I think
I
they
don't
are
trust them.
frauds. Did we get their helmets though? Those are kind of
Touch. Touching.
Limgrave Tower Bridge. I don't think we're supposed to be here yet.
I can do what I want. Who's gonna stop me?
You subjected yourself to it. Is that true though? Is that true, or was it just a morbid curiosity? You know.
Curiosity killed the cat. And I'll tell you right
Curiosity.
now, satisfaction did not bring it back because there was no satisfaction in what we experienced.
Guys, if you've ever played the Borderland games, don't do it to yourself. Just don't see this movie.
I think what was
Try
upsetting
to go
is
into it with an open mind, and it was just
the only thing that was wrong with it was the story. Like
Yeah.
everything else was, it could have been a
And the
really good fucking
characters.
movie. I mean, yes and no, because like the casting of certain characters were definitely fucked, but like the acting
careful of the golem in
wasn't
the
even
back
the
of the
biggest
bow.
problem. Yeah. Actually, I need to take a second to refill that. Yeah, the story was entirely
Yeah.
the issue, which kind of reminds me of the Halo show, the most recent Halo show. The issue was, it had nothing to do with Halo. It literally was just, the director was like, I had an idea for something and nobody
I
would
have an
pick
idea
it up.
that has nothing to do with anything.
He's like, I had a script, nobody wanted it, so when I got hired for this job, I just skinned the script I had in Halo. And went, it's done. Because the amount of stuff that I saw that they added or that had
I saw
nothing
that,
to do
and
with
I was
Halo.
running out of the Wii.
I did a wee.
Out of the Wii.
It was just shy of hitting.
Excuse
I'm
me?
disappointed. What?
It hit me through the pillar.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ah!
I'm
That
not
was an
sure
offline
if it
ability?
hit me
Okay,
or if
fine.
it was more like the AoE damage or whatever.
Hmm.
This could be better if it wasn't a central story, like a spin-off or something. Are you talking about the Halo one? The Hello? Where does this go? It has the name, but it doesn't have the relevant content. Yeah, well,
None of it was Halo. Like, if you've ever read any of the books, if you've ever played any of the games, they literally just took some other fucking script, some other story, and then just went, the main character is now John, Master Chief, and just fucking throw some other shit in there. Like, yeah, we've got aliens. Should call it a day.
look at the size of the block wrongs. Everyone knows blocks are 1 square meter. I haven't seen the trailer yet. I saw a meme. I saw a meme of like the the sheep or whatever it is, and it was like RTX on, RTX off, and it was like
The sheep was terrifying. Are you talking about Minecraft?
Yeah.
Yeah, the sheep is horrifying. Also, I'm gonna be really controversial right now. I'm kind of over Jack Black being in every single fucking movie.
I mean, I can see that for sure.
Cause like every especially it's all the video game movies.
Cause he's a gamer.
I know, but like he's been in every single one.
I know.
Like,
I know.
have we forgotten there are other actors outside of Jack Black?
Like, okay.
Don't get me wrong, I like him and he's done good in roles, but I'm just saying, like, it's starting to get a little fucking out of control.
I forgot the Minecraft. Yeah, the trailer came out, I think, today.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we can't do this yet because we don't have our great room. So let's go back.
Back to where it lasted.
Stateside chamber. Sonic 1 and 2. I loved Sonic 1. Sonic 2 was good, but it was just not as good. But should there be other actors outside of Jack Black? That's the real question, Wolfie. Should other actors exist?
Yeah, because what happens when inevitably one day Jack Black will retire? Then what do we have?
I feel like just like for I'm not even paying attention to the game right now. I feel like just for like what's the like the line in Deadpool, the line in Deadpool versus Wolverine where he's like, it's a big fucking cosmic joke that you can't die except for the joke is on us. Like I feel like that's gonna be Jack Black. Like he's gonna live to be like 180 or something. Like Jack Black's gonna like live forever and he's never gonna stop acting. But he's never gonna like not be Jack Black. Like he's just gonna be like School of Rock Jack Black, but he's gonna be like 198 years old.
See, like I would get exhausted watching that. Like just watching him like move around and stuff, I'd be like, I'm tired.
They're trying to do it
now.
with Henry Cavill. I don't know if they are trying to do that with Henry Cavill or if Henry Cavill is like put me in all of the video game stuff because I love it. Like because he was passionate about The Witcher.
He really was.
Yaga, pick a number between 1 and 15, DJ said.
12.
Wow.
Ow! Was that supposed to happen? I said 12 and then I got lit the fuck up.
Yes, so is DJ. DJ did it.
DJ, why?
DJ's in our game.
Why have you forsaken me, DJ? Ah! I'm getting hardcore bullied right now and I don't appreciate it. We'll not put that out there.
It'd be like that. Okay, basically done. Except for, yeah, we want to do another Sonic the Hedgehog, and he's like, alright, fine, but I know you need a new color, it's a new month. I knew why. I don't know if Yaga knew why.
I don't know things.
True dat, true dat.
Pink was worried I was gonna be late today, and I'm like, no. I'm always early. I'm the earliest.
She was a day. No, tell the truth.
I showed up an entire day early to stream once.
I was once yesterday. I was driving home from work, and she's like, I don't know if I want to stream tonight. And I was like, I mean, if you want to, but like, you know, we usually game on like Tuesday nights, whatever. And she's like, yeah, but like, aren't we playing Elden Ring? It's like, tomorrow?
Not even talking about that. There was a time where you were supposed to be streaming Mass Effect, I think, for the first time, and I was an entire fucking day early. For some reason, I thought it was the day before you actually streamed, and so like I was like, "Where's Prem?" And you were like, "What the fuck?"
I know I miss streams like a lot more often than usual lately, but like my schedule is still like usually the same. So it's just funny. People are like, "Are you streaming tonight?" And I'm like, "Do I ever stream on this day?"
In my defense, I have no concept of what day is what.
Also true.
At any time.
Also very true.
Especially because, like, partially because I don't work, so I don't have to know things. But also because my mom is kind of my gauge for, like, what day is what. And she will call out sick.
Hi, Britt. Britt, when are you gonna play this? Britt, when are you gonna play this?
When are you gonna be the Elden Lord?
No, because for real, I have an idea I have like an amazing idea for like a whole group of people to play this game. And I
We
need
can't we get like 80-something people playing? Why don't we do that?
32, I think, is how
Oh,
many you can
no, it
have.
needs to be 80-something.
It's not 80 something.
But it should be.
Yaga is never late, nor is she early. She arrives precisely when she means to, but not when she's supposed to.
Accurate.
Jack will definitely have to stop.
Cleasered.
He'll still be him, but his iconic energy will fade. I'm almost surprised. Wait, are they still doing more Kung Fu Panda movies? I mean, that's voice acting, though. Like, that's a little different. Like, Jack Black still puts his whole Jack Blackacy into voice acting, but, like, it's different,
Ow.
you know?
I'm getting bullied. Bro, I just want you to hit this fucking statue. Why do you gotta make it so difficult?
2 to 3
hit the
business
statue.
years for multiplayer. I'm worried I won't have the patience. You'd be surprised, honestly. Like, yeah, it's challenging.
I'm getting fucking hammered because
but-
this fucking dog is up my ass. I don't even want the dog. Okay, the dog's dead.
The dog is dead. Amazing. Dead dog.
I want this fool to be... Oh, wait, is he even the one that breaks this? He might not be.
The blade dog, right?
No, I don't know where you are. No, it's this is a big boy, big boy with a sword. I don't think he's the one who's supposed to do it.
More worried about his weight ballooning than him getting old and tired. That's also true. It was like, oh, Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith was like, I literally like was about to die, so I lost 700 pounds. I know someone who's just like casually like best friends with Kevin Smith. Like Kevin just like comes to their house for like family gatherings and stuff, just casually. Like she really referred to him like as my friend Kevin once. She's like, I'll ask my friend Kevin for like Comic-Con tickets or whatever, and I was like, okay, cool. Ask your friend Kevin. And she meant,
I mean, what else?
Fucking Kevin Smith.
I mean, but like, if you're casual friends, you're not gonna be like, I'll ask my friend Kevin Smith. Like, that's awkward.
I mean, yeah, but also if you're just like, I'll ask my friend Kevin, like, I'll just be like, okay, who the fuck's Kevin?
Kevin.
Kevin.
Kevin. It's Kevin.
Kevin, that's right.
Fuck
An
Kevin.
Atari commercial for Pitbull. You know who, like, it's really funny. Did I have this conversation with you, Yaga? That, like, Brie Larson is, like, a big gamer and stuff. And, like, when she did Nintendo Switch commercials during COVID, people, like, tore her apart and shit. And it's, like, she actually plays games. Like, I don't know. Why are we being gatekeepy?
Because she's a female, and that is enough.
I remember
of a
that. Yeah,
reason
she did a Nintendo Switch commercial during COVID. People were like, "Back off, Brie Larson." Yeah, back off, Brie Larson. Yeah, back off. Yeah. People tear her apart for everything. That's true. That's true.
What the world?
Like, do I think as a person she's a great person? Like, I don't know her personally. Like, I know like what I've heard, but I mean, she's still gotta work. Like, that's not fair. I would love to do a Nintendo Switch commercial.
Our little jars.
Ew, girls not real gamers. Ew, gamer girls.
One
Ew, gamer girls.
One time I said that pink was my jar, and then she was offended.
Do you know what's inside of those?
People.
It's gross.
People. You know what's inside of you?
Not people. I am the people.
Yes, you are the people.
Paella.
See?
I've never had paella. Paella? 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 Paella?
Paella?
Paella? Paella?
Paella?
Okay.
Is he the one that we have to take to break that? I think it is.
But we have to bring him this way. Back
Yeah.
through, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
He has to face.
It's backstabbed. 0 out of 10 do not recommend people. I don't people. Ah! Follow me, follow me, follow me. Slow down. Ee. 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 Ee.
Okay, Michael Jackson.
Paella? Paella? No,
Paella.
it's not paella. It's paella. I mean, Americans say paella. Maybe that's wrong, but it's... We don't say paella. We say paella. We're
But
probably
probably-
wrong, but he's coming. Allah,
Listen.
coming.
If we pronounce it wrong, it's because of the people who came here and taught us.
Yeah,
Blame them.
exactly. Blame everyone else, not us. But I've never had paella. It just sounds good. Oh, I think it's the Omen.
Yeah. I was like, big guy, Sard. Ow, you fucking punk ass
Okay,
dog.
he broke it.
Run away!
We have to find
Oh,
Nepheli too, don't forget.
I'm dealing with this dog being a punk ass bitch and knocking me on my ass. Oh great. Everybody's in here with me. It's a fucking party. I'm
Is this
fucking
game
dead.
in Texas? It can be.
I just got
All
fucking
my
murked because
exes
the Omen
live
came in.
Texas.
I didn't think that Omen could fit his honky chonky butt in there.
His honky tonk.
Honky
It
chonky
is in
chonky?
Texas, apparently.
I don't know where the fuck I just went.
But Brit, if this game just like somehow, just like oopsie doodle ended up in your Steam library,
Cry. Run away.
you know,
Fear for your life.
like oopsie, how'd that happen? Oopsies.
Oopsie
Krista,
doopsie.
Brittany.
Is everything dead yet? Oh no. No, they're
Fear
not.
from my left, check. Cry, check. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, she says.
It's not that bad
screaming.
when you're over 500.
Power level over 500.
Oh, he's
Did
got
we do
gold
Disney?
eyes. Did we not notice? Because I didn't.
Who?
I didn't.
Who has
Big
gold
giant.
Oh, he Goldilocks. Who eats
Yay.
food? I ate food. I had a.
No, who just he bellowed at me and knocked me on my ass. Oh,
I
it's
had
disrespectful.
a chicken and bacon and macaroni and cheese quesadilla. It was delicious.
Took it. Give me your runes, beach.
Beach. Yeah, beach.
Beach.
So no Disney. I was supposed to go to Disney, and I was actually
Disney.
gonna go to Galaxy's Edge for the first time ever.
Disney.
The year COVID happened because it was gonna be my 35th birthday, and I was like, yay! And me and 3 girls from work were gonna go, and we were like literally planning and like starting to like look at flights and stuff because you know COVID happened in March and my birthday's in November. And yeah. And then we all lost our jobs for like 6 months. And then Disney was like, nah, fam. Nah, fam.
Didn't he be like that sometimes?
You want to see the Star Wars part and the Avatar part? I just want to see the Star Wars part, honestly. And I know that I know it's cheesy and it's like, it's so stupid. But I have this like super like just girly things like desire to like, I want to like be proposed to like in the Millennium Falcon. Would have been a good time to go. That's what I'm saying. Like it would have been nice and cool in Florida. It would have been so
Ew.
good.
Florida. Gross.
Yeah.
Oh, look who I found.
Did you find her?
Right there. She right here.
Where?
Up in here.
Yay. I knew it was over. I will always do this. I'm always like, where is she? Okay.
She's hiding.
Hello. Oh, she's invisible for me. Wait, I can talk
Oh.
to her? Wait, I can talk to her though. That's so funny.
You can talk to her. invisible?
She's invisible. Tarnished. Oh, here she is. Here she is.
You don't
she's
need to
showed
see
up.
her to
She
talk to
showed up.
her.
Tarnished and warrior, like you.
tarnished.
I'm here by decree of my father.
Look at that. So I'm gonna cosplay as
This grafted Godric
America,
force
and
is
you are gonna cosplay as Nepheli Lou.
wins.
I need something more to cover my chest.
She's got like a rope.
Yeah, I'm gonna need more than that.
She's got like a rope holding it all together.
I'm just
I need
saying.
an actual
I'm-
partner, and for that, I need to talk to people. I mean, same. I would need someone to actually like, you know, want to propose to me at the Millennium Falcon. Like imagine the love of my life is like he plans this like beautiful like vacation to, I don't know, someplace like gorgeous like Italy or France or something like that, and he gets down on one knee and I'm like, no, it's not the Millennium Falcon.
Stop it.
Get up.
Look at, there's a mist wall here.
Mist. Yeah, that's the mouse.
Let's go murder.
Oh.
Oh.
Apparently we're doing Godric now.
We're murdering. Yeah, fun fact. That's how War Chicken or Goose Knight and I met. I can't remember. He changes his name. It's really annoying.
Getting engaged in the Millennium Falcon? Is
No,
that how you
Disney.
met your husband? Holy shit!
That's fucking nuts.
That's
no,
fucking
we worked at
crazy.
Disney. We would ride the operators, and he had to train me on 2 of the rides, and he made me cry.
And then you're like, yes, let's get married. Yeah.
We were already dating at that point.
Yaga needs 2 ropes. Listen, she's got the fur, the boots with the fur.
The boots with
And
I
the
don't
rope.
have boots with the fur, but okay. I have boots. I could put fur on them probably.
She's going.
I'm
she's
going.
going.
I'm committed. I'm committed. Do you think we can murk him before he gets the dragon?
Probably.
But a true-born
If you fucking comment Ezra his face, probably.
may thy strength
Laser beams, gotcha.
That's too many fingers.
deliver me unto
It looks like
That's
monkey
too many
hands.
fingers.
It looks like monkey hands. Monkey hands. Huh.
well.
I say that's too many fingers, forgetting that's entirely too many hands and toes and knees and elbows, shoulders, knees, and toes.
It's the fingers that did it for you, though.
It's the fingers that did it, though. Not
You're
all
like
the extra,
37
not
arms?
all the
Fine.
extra arms. It was the amount of fingers on his hands that did it to me. Yeah.
I command thee.
Don't fucking tell me what to do.
I
And
am
the
the
Lord of all that is golden.
Yeah, well, you got a tiny head, dude.
So arms with no fingers is fine? No. Arms with the proper amount of fingers is fine. She's gonna comment Azure his face. Let me get
Oh,
over
he
here.
likes it too. Look at him. He's all about it. Oh no, he's
roly
getting...
poly oly.
reloading.
It's gonna cut it. It's gonna do it. It's gonna cut the stream. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Alright, don't forget to run to his right.
I mean, I need to go.
Because he's stunned.
I don't. Fucking nuked. Rip.
That was funny.
Rip.
Ripperoonie.
Get the fucking shit
Ripperoonskis.
done.
What happened here? Is this the product of centuries of inbreeding? No, this is the product of what is called grafting.
Also, you know, gods, man. They don't apply to our rules.
Yeah,
They
so
don't care.
he okay, so the lore, the general story of Elden Ring is Queen Marika fractured what is known as the Elden Ring, and it broke into like lots of different shattering little pieces called Great Runes. And
They're pretty great.
so now all of these people, some of them are like descendants of Marika, like her children. Some of them are like other tarnished that have come to like try to like claim the throne and stuff like that. So basically people are trying to collect like the shards of the Elden Ring to become Elden Lord. Because Marika broke it and fractured it. So what this guy is he's nobody. No, he wasn't a god. He's basically a nobody. And he desires to take the Elden Ring, but because he's nobody, he has no royal blood. He has no like nothing. He has nothing special about him. He
Same buddy.
he like imprisons people and takes their body parts and grafts them to his body. That's why he had like a bajillion arms. But no, he wasn't a god. He was basically nobody in search of the Elden Ring.
Can we have his crown though?
No. That would be cool though.
It would. All right.
He's a female anglerfish. Yaga, if I had to choose between Knots and Magic Mountain, which should I choose? Is what Wolfie wants to know.
Depends. Are you a roller coaster aficionado or because Magic Mountain has far more roller
Wait, hold on,
coasters
wait,
and like
wait,
higher quality.
stand with me, and then do.
I can't. You're too.
Oh, no. Okay, now
Wait,
you can. Now,
no.
now.
Eh, eh.
Yay. Okay, now do. Hold on. Now do. Now do. Now do this. Oh, looky. What are
I'm doing oh mother.
Oh, mother. Alright, we did it. We got the throne. We don't need to play anymore.
Game over. I fell off.
You don't think the kiddos into coasters? Really? I loved roller coasters ever since I was young.
Okay, so if you're not into like hardcore coasters, because that's what Six Flags is, it's a lot of hardcore coasters.
200.
Then Knock would be better. It's cheaper
DJ,
too.
that's so close. DJ, that's so close. That's so exciting. There's nothing. Oh, there is.
Although if you enjoy the Halloween season and haunted houses and stuff, I highly recommend Scary Farm. If you're gonna do Knott's, go to the Mrs. Knott's, the chicken dinner place.
Is
They
this
have the
place
best
Take My
fried
Grapes?
chicken.
Oh my god!
What?
Maiden. Dear maiden. Please.
What?
Take my grapes.
What?
Maiden. Dear maiden. Please take my grapes.
That sounds like some shrimpy stuff.
We got his shabriri grape, which is an eyeball. And then we're gonna make a girl eat these eyeballs. It's gonna be so cool. We are in Liurnia.
This is a terrible fruit salad.
This is a terrible fruit salad. Listen, it was just his baby shabriri grape. It's
no!
fine. It's just his baby shabriri. It's fine.
Every time you say shibari, I think of what is it, shibari or the rope tying. You know?
No?
There's like a Japanese rope tying thing, and it's like called like shibari or some shit.
I don't know what that is. Well, for 3 more years and last 3 hours.
It's they tie up women. It's a thing. It's a thing.
Shibari, apparently. Britt
Yeah.
knows.
So every
Britt
time you
knows
say
about. Why is Nefeli Lou still with us?
that, I got a sacred tear. I cry.
Abuhu.
Abuhu. Okay, conference. Tops. Tops.
Oh, Tops is over there? We need to go to Tops.
I am right at Tops.
Shibari. Universal did karaoke on stage. I haven't been, so I went to Disney when I was 5 years old. My brother was 6 months old, okay? I was 5. My brother was 6 months old. We went to Disney as a family with like my uncles and my grandparents and stuff like that. To this day, my parents are like, you guys went to Disney. We already took you to Disney. My brother was 6 months old. He didn't do a single thing other than shit his pants. Okay? Like
A lot of people do that at Disney, honestly.
Right, but like, come on.
A lot of
Poor,
people
like-
do shit their pants. Some people just shit in the line, honestly. They drop trow and shit in the line.
Yeah,
It's a thing.
that's true too. Some people just shit.
It's called a code H.
Ew. What does the H stand for?
The hazmat.
Ew, that's dumb. Should
Code
be a-
U
it
is
should be
obviously
a code-
urine.
It should be a code P.
Yeah, code U is urine, which I had to call before.
What is that?
It sucked.
Have we been there? What is that? Oh, that's the... Okay. Let's go there.
Oh,
Just jump.
okay.
Just jump.
Yee!
Yay! It's a
But anyways, yes,
fetishy kind
go-
of thing?
Go to
Strawberry
Knott's.
grapes?
Go to Knott's and get the fried chicken and the boysenberry pie. You will not be disappointed.
I don't even know what's near me. I mean, we have
Probably Cedar Fair of some sort.
no, we have Dollywood.
Well, I know, but like Cedar Fairs are like everywhere.
Is this what hello? Is this floating?
I didn't realize I had that equipped. That
Oh my
boy's
gosh,
a
that's
lot
funny.
stronger than I thought. Wow, he's spicy boy. This is gonna hit this stupid fucking thing instead, which is gonna annoy me.
What is this guy? Why is he so strong?
I don't know, but he was really mean.
Yeah.
He was really
Why?
knacking me. He was so smacky.
Just jump to the front of the line just because of ticket prices? Really? How far are you from Knott's?
Knott's is only. There's only one Knott's. There's only one Knott's.
Okay, well, how far are you from Knott's then?
Oh,
was
I
too
just followed
short.
you.
Yeah,
I
I
just-
could have
that
made it,
was a
but I didn't
mistake.
run and jump. I just jumped.
I'm an hour from Knott's.
Blessies! Hi, Mark. How you doing? Blessies!
On a good day, like when I would come home at like 3 in the morning,
Mhm.
I could make it home in 40 minutes.
GG's, guys. Runs over.
Yep, that was it.
That was it.
The end.
No, I didn't run. I just jumped. You have to run, jump to make the distances. Hi, Mark. How's it going, pal? Where's Knott's, Callie?
Southern California. It's near
Yeah.
Disneyland. It's like 15 minutes from Disneyland, maybe 20 if you're.
I don't think I know what Carowinds is. But yeah, Dollywood is about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, I think? I was gonna say 4 hours, but I think that's the other side of Gatlin.
Growing up, I lived literally like 15 minutes from Disneyland.
Disney! Disney! Speaking of Disney, Britt, I saw you've been playing Disney lately. Did something new drop, or are you just feeling Disney?
Are you feeling Disney?
Disney! Oh no, school! SeaWorld.
Not
Oh, I've been to
SeaWorld.
SeaWorld in... Say, I think Houston? Whatever one's in Texas. There's one in Texas, and I just don't remember where it is.
Texas.
Texas.
Texas. I'm just roaming.
Yeah. We gotta make our way towards Lanedale.
These men are trying to blow my butt up.
They have a DLC now? And they have events?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
What's the DLC? You're on it now on your Switch. It's funny.
Your new surprised you no matter. Now why don't
Look
you
at my
ask?
ways.
Don't
I
tell me what to
won't.
do
I
with
won't
my-
ask. I won't ask any questions, my good sir.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got demoted at work, so I don't have much responsibility. It's been about a month. I had a dentist appointment yesterday for a cleaning. I haven't been to one in 15 years. You have a tooth they're getting removed on Friday. So it's been a rough month. Oh, I'm sorry about the demotion. That kind of like... That's a big...
Okay, we're
It's a
going.
big bummer. Okay. So...
Okay.
Sir. Getting wet from Shamu. That's all you remember? That's funny. Was it actually Shamu? Are they all Shamu?
No.
They're not all Shamu? Isn't it just like the name?
I think Shamu is technically the mascot, but there was a Shamu.
Yeah, no, I know. But don't they like just call them all Shamu? Like just because
No.
hee. I don't have to tell people to do. That's true.
Do you want to hear something absolutely, like, speaking of orcas, do you want to hear something absolutely ludicrous that I just found out recently and I think is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard?
Sure.
So, you remember Keiko?
Yep.
Who was Free Willy?
Yep.
And how they relocated him and freed him?
Yep. And
Do you know how he died?
Didn't he get hit by a propeller or some shit?
No. He fucking got pneumonia.
Oh.
How does a whale get pneumonia?
Because they probably relocated him where he wasn't supposed to be.
No, they had him where he was, like, I forget where it was, but he was where he was supposed to be, and he was, like, they were trying to get him to, like, get with a pod.
Yeah, I've heard that they'll never, like, return to pods and stuff afterwards.
But yeah, he
No, really, how
fucking
the
died
fuck?
of pneumonia. Like, how the fuck do you do that as a
Fire spectre.
whale?
I didn't know that was possible. Because of lungs. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be something. His immune
But, like,
system maybe was
you
lowered,
live
or
in
I
the
don't know.
water. You
Yeah.
know, you're literally like
He got
made
fluid
for,
in his lungs.
which, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very sad. Yeah, but I mean, like, those whales that, like, get freed afterwards, like, they pretty much never thrive again.
It's just so crazy because, like, when you think of like ways that whales die, pneumonia would never be on anyone's mind. I don't care what
Yeah.
anyone says. You'd never go, I bet they die of pneumonia. Like, absolutely not.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think I was looking it up like maybe 2-3 weeks ago because I was like, whatever happened? Like, I remember he died, but I couldn't remember how. And then I looked it up and I was like, what the fuck?
The metal in the microwave guy is trying to tell me what to do. Like, fuck off, man. Yeah, go shove some more metal in the microwave and go leave me alone.
Look at these guys beating the shit out of each other. Good for them.
You guys are still in summer. We are technically still in summer, but it transitions to fall this month.
Yeah, for you maybe.
No, we're gonna have second summer. We'll have second summer in a couple weeks, and it'll be 90 degrees again.
It's 111 here. So, I'm gonna go die. It's fine.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I remember when like September it would start to cool down and feel nice, and October would start to be all cool and nice, and now it's like it doesn't cool down until like
Dude.
mid-November. Horrible.
Fall is creeping. Yeah, exactly. It was like 65 over the weekend, and I'm like, oh, it won't stay this way though.
We definitely don't get that out here, and I'm so jealous. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's quite literally called false fall here.
I'm so jealous. I would appreciate the hell out of that. Like, I hate
But it's
how
not
hot it
even
gets here.
nice because it's like a little tease.
But at least there's a tease. I would love some sort of like break from this oppressive heat.
Not much was summer here, if I'm being honest. I was very cold most of June and July. Really? But you're king in the north.
North.
King in the north.
North.
And we're close to that a month ago. We had a 2-week heat wave.
We've consistently been having these horrible heat waves. and I'm over
97
them.
at 7 p.m. Disgusted. Guys,
Yeah, we're not supposed to have
we've got
any
a couple
cooling.
minutes until the raid train arrives, just so we all know. Just so we know.
Can we,
so
can
we're
we
all
fit another
prepared.
boss in?
Yeah, probably. We can get to probably like Rolana,
Alright.
Rolana, somebody.
Yeah, we're supposed to have no relief from the heat even in the evenings. Like it's there's gonna be no overnight cooling. And I'm like, ah, great.
Yeah, the break from the heat is like 80. Yeah, exactly. Like, here's your break. It's 10 degrees cooler.
Yeah, people are like, why don't you go out and do stuff? I'm like, because it's hell here.
Because it's disgusting. Why did you
I don't
just...
want to.
Okay,
I
Torrent.
just don't want to. Ah.
For a second, I forgot you guys use Fahrenheit and not so... Oh my god, you thought we were literally saying like 80 degrees Celsius? That we would be dead.
I mean, it kind of feels that way sometimes.
Yeah, it does kind of feel that way.
Like I said,
Does
tomorrow and the day after, it's gonna be 111. That's not okay.
That's
Then-
gross.
Like, ugh.
Absolutely not. I know. All right. Trying to think how the best way to get to Lanedale is actually. Alright. This way.
Oh my goodness.
Grand lift of Dectus. Oh yeah, we need the Dectus medallion. Okay, so we need the two medallions. So we need okay, yeah, okay. So
Okay,
we need to go to Fort Hackgate. Ew. I know. Where's Fort Height?
That's a good question. I don't know
Here's
anything
Fort
is
Height.
ever.
Okay, so we need to go to Fort Height. And then we have to go to Caelid because we have to go to Fort Feroth. I'm Celsius. I suck at converting. Listen, it's hot. The answer is hot. Okay? Oops, I went the wrong way. I need to go here. First step.
Can we talk about how we were educated in knots because of Ghost Ship. Because
Oh,
we were like,
your favorite movie?
they were talking about like, oh, we can go like 12 knots, and I was like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I hate when they say that like I'm supposed to know how many knots.
What do you
I
mean? You
fucking
don't know
what that
how many
means.
knots are knots? Jeez.
I'm not knotting.
You uncultured.
I am uncultured.
Her coat is full of dirt and dog saliva. That's how it is, DJ. That's just how it is. That's how it is.
Get off.
Alright, are you here? Are you coming?
I'm getting hit by I don't even know what.
Okay. I will
Fuck you. Fuck you.
making my way.
I'm trying
making
to
my
grab
way downtown.
I got the Glintstone Craftsman's cookbook as I'm getting slapped in the
It all feels the
fucking
same.
face.
Gross and hot, exactly. Listen, whether it's 90 or 80 or 100 or 180, it's hot and I don't like it. Put a rope of knots in the water and start moving. Oh my gosh.
Where go what do?
Go to the first step and head towards Dragon. So to the east. I had to think of directions for a moment.
I'm like looking through the locations and I'm like, where am I?
Is this the
Where
one? This
do
might be
I
the one.
go?
Yeah, it is. Back up, back up. I got it. You can't get me, bitch.
Campfire mail.
Bitch. It's a fluffy coat. Oh no.
Campfire mail reminds
You'll
me
never get that out.
of us eating pickles.
What?
When we went to, or we got Red Robin, remember? And there was
Oh,
campfire
yeah.
mail and the pickles.
Yeah.
So good. What a good time.
It was good.
I
With,
said you.
right, I would so much rather take a dry heat than a humid heat, for sure. You see I do see your problem. It'll never come out, DJ.
Probably.
It'll be there forever. Forever.
Are we going in this hole?
No, that's the chest.
Just the water.
Yeah, that's the chest.
Shaggy
That's the
dog.
magic chest.
I like how shaggy that dog is.
You still hopeful? You probably, I was gonna say, you probably can't even toss it in the wash. Like, you probably will really need to
Hand wash?
like hand wash it, yeah. That sucks.
What are we killing? What are we?
We're going to Fort Height.
Why are we on foot like little babies?
No.
Why
The
don't
label
you know?
says,
Oh,
yeah,
look,
but
this man's just running at us. Look at
it'll
him.
lose its fluffy. If you, well, you have to put it in, you have to put it in the dryer with some dryer sheets to make sure it stays fluffy. Because, yeah, it might lose its fluff if you put it in the wash, unfortunately.
But you could brush it like a cat.
You could brush it, that's true. Is that a little Pomeranian? Yeah, it's like, is it like, do you call it fleece? Do you call it fleece there? Is it like a fleece coat? I don't know. I still feel like fleece loses its, like, fluffiness. Like, I feel like the inside of hoodies lose their fluffiness after being washed a couple times. Like, you know?
100% yes. I agree.
Like a North Face. What's a cane corso? What is that?
Dog.
That's a dog?
Mm-hmm.
Dogu? A dogu? I don't think I've ever heard of that dog.
They kind of look like mastiffs, but not as
Mastiffy?
like. Well, their face isn't as like jowly. But like.
You have
they
two
kinda have
babies
the same
already?
vibe.
Not enough babies. Not enough babies. Like old Bruce from Batman Beyond. Interesting. I want another Yorkie.
It's like if you mixed like a pit with a mastiff.
sounds cute.
They're big.
Listen,
Big.
all dogs are baby dog.
All dogs go to heaven.
All dogs are baby dogs. Italian Mastiff, gorgeous dog, but you briefly owned a Yorkie the other day. He was precious. How did you briefly own a Yorkie? Did you briefly have possession of a Yorkie?
This is my dog.
That's
for
so
now.
funny. He's precious, I know. When I had to get, I had to bring Zach's dog to the groomer today, and when I went to go pick her up, there was a Yorkie getting groomed, and I was like, baby, little baby,
Tiny baby.
I have another Gorgie. So a Corgi and what?
A Kagorgi?
A Kagorgi? I mean, I turned into my neighbor and was trying to open my door. He hopped in, took me hours to find his. Oh, you're better than I am because I wouldn't have found his owner.
You mean me with the cat?
Wouldn't have found his owner. I'm like, oh, you're mine now. Sorry.
Whoopsie. I committed
I hope
theft.
you like my house because this is where you live now. We're going.
Did I tell you that's my friend like was asking when I brought Calcifer and she's like, well, did you go and ask her in the neighborhood? And I was like, fuck no.
Do you think I'm gonna give this animal to somebody else? Get out.
I'm like,
Little
first of
leather
all, he was on
collar.
my property.
Who's obviously
no-
loved.
He had no collar. He wasn't chipped, and he was out in 100-degree weather. Like,
Yeah.
absolutely not. Am I gonna be like, here's your cat that you basically have left out for coyotes to eat? Like, fuck that. My cat now.
My cat. Oh, hi,
Who's going
sir.
to stop
Sir,
me?
sir, sir. Oh,
I was
said
trying to hit him,
sir.
but he kept running from me, and I really didn't
Yeah,
appreciate
he's
it.
like way up in my grill. Godric Nighthelm.
Godrick's dead, sucker. Your lord has died by
Just meant
my
corgi.
hand.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're totally fine. I was just like, I don't know what that
Kagorki?
is. A Gorgi. Could have been something.
Kagorki?
A Kagorgi?
That's
sent
like
a
I
big-
call beagles bagels.
I-
It's a bagel. No.
Oh, please be deck this medallion. Deck this medallion left. All right. Whee! Goose with the raid. Hi, Firekeepers. I'll be back in a minute, Yaga.
Okay.
Hi, guys. How did stream go? How was stream? What did you play? You were also playing Elden Ring. Tell me everything. Tell me everything. Hi, Firekeepers. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, let me say hi to everybody. Let me say hello to everybody. Little one, hi. Draco, hello. Icky, hello. Chili, is that Chili? Oh, the Child V rises. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Second ad. Okay, we'll wait just a second. She's doing the things. I hear her. I hear her doing the things. Welcome in, guys. I'll wait just a minute for the ad. It doesn't tell me there's an ad, so that's kind of a bummer. That's kind of a bummer. But for those who aren't stuck in an ad, hello, hi, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate. Okay, hi, hello, welcome in, raiders. Thank you for being here. I know that this is the Firekeeper raid train, but I'm still gonna do my regular old raid intro just because we have lots of new people and all that stuff. Yes, Laz, if you can please delay the ad, that would be wonderful. I would appreciate it. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for being here. If you do not know me, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a fellow Firekeeper and Souls-like enjoyer. I have an Elden Ring tattoo. I'm a big Elden Ring fan. Over here, I am a variety streamer. I'm not just a Souls streamer. I play a little bit of everything. Things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I hope you guys have your bucket of popcorn and your cozy blanket ready to go, because I have a little trailer that we like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. I hope you enjoy, and I will see you in 2 minutes. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god. He's still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Leanne, thank you so much for the raid as well. You caught me right in the middle of my raid video, but I still appreciate it so much. Thank you. Holy crap. Laz, thank you so much. Twitch up. Thank you, Laz. I appreciate it. Leanne, thank you so much. How was Dark Souls? Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. No, it was not a BRB. That was my little raid video. For everyone coming over in Leanne's raid, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play a little bit of everything. I literally ran downstairs to pee during that video. So. But thank you so much, both of you guys. I really appreciate it. How was stream? How was Elden Ring? How was Dark Souls? Tell me everything. Welcome in, Raiders. You beat a boss, said no to one optional boss, and found another. Love to hear it. For anybody who is coming over in either of those raids, just a fair warning. This is New Game Plus. I have beaten the DLC, so I am using DLC gear, even though we are currently in Limgrave right now, or the Weeping Peninsula. So I am using DLC gear, so if that is considered spoiler territory for you, there's your warning. But I'm not going to be talking about DLC bosses or DLC areas or anything until we actually get there on stream. But I am currently wearing gear that you do find in the DLC, just as a spoiler warning. But I am going to unmute Discord. We're going to rejoin Yaga. For those who came over in the raid, I am playing with my best friend Shannon, who is BabaYaga Witch. So she's in Discord waiting for me. So let's go say hello to her. I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. So we just got the first half of the Dectus medallion.
The left.
The left half of the Dectus medallion. So now we are going to run over to Kaled and get the right half of the deck this medallion so we can go into Lanedale Capital and
Deck this medallion.
deck this medallion. Yeah, so that's where we currently are at. We beat Margit and we beat Godric. And
Whoa, we beat them all right.
oh yes, we destroyed them. And so yeah, that's where we're at right now. So now we're getting some deck this medallion pieces and we're gonna head over towards Caelid. How is everyone doing? How's the raid trade? I worked today and yesterday, so unfortunately I only had like a chance to pop in here and there for everybody's streams. Let me see. I watched Cinna's stream. She was so much fun with another Crab's Treasure. I watched Twig's stream, which was so much fun playing Elden Ring. So yeah, it's gonna be a good time. This is my third open for business. My third playthrough, I guess I would say. My third full playthrough. I don't even know. I think I have like 6 characters total or something.
Sounds like Baldur's.
No.
Who are you gonna romance in this one?
Baldur's is like 6 like times 4 or something like that. Ridiculous.
Stop hitting me, you fool.
Since I don't have any downtime except for during lunch, really. Yeah. I know. Luckily, like, my job's pretty lenient with just, like, leaving stuff on in the background for background noise. So I just had streams up, like, at work. Which has been great. Which has been lots of fun. Wait, this is your first playthrough? Yes, I've never played Elden Ring before. I don't know what I'm doing.
Never, ever, ever.
Never,
What's an
ever.
Elden Ring?
Alright, so if we go back to...
Oops, that was the wrong one.
So if we go back to the first step and go back to the Dragon Burnt Ruins, we can take the chest, the fast travel chest over there.
Testies?
The chesties!
Oh boy.
We can probably kill this dragon while we're here too.
Dragon?
Dragon? Dragon? Do we have many Elden Ring enjoyers in chat? I know that this is a Souls stream team, but specifically Elden Ring is my bread and butter.
I really think you should check out Bloodborne because I think it is just gorgeous. Gorgeous.
I've seen a lot of people playing Bloodborne. Hi, Rain. Hi, bestie. How you doing? I love you. I love you. Are we going this way? This way. Rain, how is Ender Lilies? I'm so glad you found a new game that you're enjoying. I'm so glad. It's so good. So the only ones that I've played, so obviously I've played Elden Ring a bunch. I played Lies of P, which I know isn't technically a FromSoft, but it's considered in the genre. And I have played Crystalla, which is a little indie kind of Souls-like, which is like a cat. You're a cat. You're essentially a cat, Dark Souls, and that was a lot of fun. So I'm relatively new to the genre, but I'm enjoying it. Come on, ag heal. No, don't land on me. Okay, nice.
As he should be.
Cat souls? Yeah, it's called Crystalla.
Cats do have a lot of lives, so
They
I
have a
mean, it
lot of
makes sense.
souls, so
Yeah,
you know.
one soul, but a lot of lives.
One soul.
Except for all the souls.
Metroidvania,
they
but not a
steal.
Souls-like. Yeah. Severely underrated. Gonna lurk? Of course, Goose. Thank you so much. Also love ER. Love to hear it. I appreciate you, Goose. Thank you so much for the follow, guys. I do have anonymous follows, but I do appreciate every single one of you. A bowl of souls.
Bowl of souls?
Ebola.
Ebola? That's awful. Don't Ebola.
Don't do
That's a bad time. Creb.
I want to get this. It's probably just
Crab.
just a stone sword key. Oh, it's an arterial leaf. Not worth. Not worth. All right, I'm gonna go to the chest. I'm going to the chest.
Give me your eggs. I stole the eggs from the crab.
You stole the egg.
I go.
Okay, I'm going to chase.
There's a dog
Because it's just
chasing you?
nice to play a chill game that's still difficult. Yeah, I understand that. You
Who's winning?
also Elden Ringed for a while. It's funny because like when I'm not Elden Ringing, all I want to do is Elden Ring, and then when I'm playing Elden Ring, I'm like, what do I do now? What do I
of
do
it.
now? What do I
Take
do
me
now?
away. Oh.
Alright, so this goes to the crystal tunnel. Don't forget.
Crystal tunnel.
Crystal tunnel. Crystal
On
tunnel.
my screen, you're still there, which is kind of
Beautiful. I love it. Just so all the raiders know, raiders,
Yeah, you're just
raiders,
standing
new
in front of the
peeps,
chest.
Raiders, new peeps. We have lots of fun.
All right.
Channel
there you go.
point redemptions and sound commands
Now the
and
question
all
is,
that
how
fun
do I get
stuff.
to you?
You should just like it should just go right here.
I'm standing. I can't use the chest.
Okay, hold on.
Secret tunnel.
I think if I run through the crystal tunnel, I should be able to read.
I also can't teleport.
Yeah, because
I don't
I'm
think-
trapped. Because I'm trapped. That's why.
You should not be trapped. You should be.
It's so
free.
pretty. It was very pretty. It was pretty. It was when I was watching. Lurk and play, of course, Rain. Of course, enjoy. And Rain, after you've taken your little breakaroonskis, let me know when we're gonna do our Pink Ladies run, cause I'm ready. All right, Bug.
Bug.
Jesus fucking Christ. Bug.
Christ. Christ on a cracker.
Bug. I swear.
Bug no bugging.
Bro, I can't even heal because this stupid bug. I hate these bugs so much.
Is it the
Yes.
grasshopper looking ones?
Yes,
Okay,
you
yeah.
know which ones I'm talking about. The fucking string buggies.
I hate
With
them
the
truly.
snipers. Yeah, I'm at the
Snake.
grace right now, so. Once I rest,
Snipey
we won't be locked
Christ.
anymore. Once we rest, we won't be locked anymore. Yeah, those bugs, worst boss in the game. Those bugs. Those bugs, and then there's a bug in the DLC that's also probably just as bad, if not worse.
Oh my god, this fucking dog came out of. I can't move. I'm.
Yikes
Oh my god. Please let me live. I just wanna live.
I made it to Kyled.
Okay, I'm trying to literally fuck right off because I'm being chased by shit. I don't even want to fight you. It's a dog. It's a dog dogging.
Get off. Alright, I need the Ionia Swamp. Grace. Ooh,
I
that's
still can't. I've been trapped. I'm trapped. I can't do shit.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Sometimes
Why
to be
games
fun
use so
until they're
broken?
not. Correct. Okay, hold on. Oh my god. Marionette.
Marianne et.
Okay, I'm resting at the Grice. You're still trapped?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
That's it. Like I try and go places and it's like.
So if you walk out of there,
I did. Yeah, I'm out. I've been running around. It's just
touch any Grace?
Let me. Oh my god, where's the closest one? Fucking none nearby.
Yeah, same, Leanne. I could not. Like, I know so many people. I have so many friends on Twitch that like got really popular and, you know, were able to like get Twitch partner and stuff because they, you know, they buckled down into like one game or one genre, you know, especially like I know a lot of people who played like Souls games and got part stuff from it. And it's like I couldn't do that. I love too many different kinds of games and I couldn't buckle down to just one type. Like I can obsess. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. My chat saw me in my absolute full-blown Baldur's Gate 3 obsession. I can obsess, but I can't only play one game or one genre or even like one type of game for an eternity. Cough, Astarion cough. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Who's Astarion?
What do you mean? I've never heard that name before.
Stranger danger.
Never heard that name before.
Ooh, that's where I needed to go, dang it.
Never heard that name before.
That's too
I don't
sad.
have Astarian emotes or anything. That would be crazy. All right, so we have
Who's an
to.
Astarion? That's stranger danger. What are you on about?
Who'd that? I've never heard that before.
Never heard it.
And also Elden Ring. Elden Ring also definitely got me by the metaphorical balls.
the short and curlies.
Yeah. I definitely like 300 hours Elden Ring in like a couple
I'm
months.
still. I just rested at a Grace. I'm still trapped. I'm gonna probably have to
Disconnect.
separate and then join back up.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
Rom,
this game.
thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, Baldur's Gate 3. We were just talking about that. While you disconnect, I'm gonna do raid stuff and I'll be back. Hi, Rome. Welcome in. Hi, raiders. Welcome in more Firekeepers. Thank you so much for coming on in and joining on the raid train. I very, very much appreciate it. This is just too much love. I don't know what to do, but welcome in, guys. Thank you so much. I know that hooray! I know that we just watched this video, but these are the rules. I don't make them. I do make them. It's my channel, but these are the rules. These are the rules. Hello, hi, welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for being here. If you do not know who I am, hello, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. That is things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I am currently doing New Game Plus for my first time doing New Game Plus with my best friend Shannon, also known as BabaYaga Witch. And yeah, that's what we're up to now. I have a very quick video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. I hope you guys enjoy, and I will see you in 2 minutes. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
It's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh my god.
What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you everybody for coming on over. I really do appreciate it. You didn't necessarily have to come and join in the raid train, but I very much appreciate it. So thank you. How was Baldur's Gate? Tell me everything. I'm obsessed with Baldur's Gate. Who are you romancing? Where are you at? Tell me everything. But yeah, let's continue. We are currently, we just got to Caelid. We are currently getting the second half of the Dectus Medallion, and we will be heading into Lanedell. So it's kind of like a big joke in my stream, that fire giant is like my biggest enemy, worst enemy. I struggled so badly with fire giant on my first playthrough. So chat has specifically requested that we go straight to fire giant. So yes, feel free to step away from snacks, water. Yes, Laz, thank you so much. If you need to raid and run, if anybody needs to just hang out and lurk for the raid train, which I know has been 2 days. We're on day 2 out of 5, guys. We're doing so good. I'm so excited. All right, I'm gonna unmute because poor Yaga is waiting for us, and we're gonna go.
Good.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks. This is my first play. I just beat Cazador. I'm playing as a good aligned wild sorceress. Karlak is love. My
Karlak
first
is
play,
love.
my first character, and I say first character because I have 22. My first character was also a wild sorceress.
Are we ever gonna finish?
Yes, we
Baldur's
are
Gate?
gonna finish Baldur's Gate.
Ooh, you sneaker, get down. Get down.
Oh, okay, so O'Neill's right here, and Millicent is also here, so we should
Yeah,
do
I
these.
spawned into that and was like,
Oopsies. All right, let's get Pollyanna though. Pollyanna's dope. Pretty much any of Millicent's sisters are super OP. I love them.
Lily tried to steal my hamburger, so she. is going
You
to
got
go to emotional
burger?
jail. My mom made hamburgers and onion rings.
You're doing a second playthrough where I'm embracing the dark urge, and Minthara is love. So one of my very, very good friends, Bubblehead K, we have several playthroughs of Baldur's Gate, and we did one where we attempted to be evil, and there were several parts that we actually cried because like it was so hard to be evil. So embracing the dark urge is very hard for me. I have such a hard time being mean to video game characters. Chat, how far did we make it in my dark urge on stream? We didn't even get past Act 1 because I felt so bad.
That's like with Mass Effect. If you try and do Renegade, it's like.
I feel so bad being mean to these people.
Renegade in Mass Effect is real. You're really mean, like really mean, and I'm
Because
like,
you're loving
why? Why do you have to be so mean?
Exactly. I'd feel bad. Yeah, so like semi-spoilers, if you haven't played Baldur's Gate, one of the very first big story choices that you have to make is whether to save the Emerald Grove or attack the Emerald Grove. And it was very hard attacking and killing all those people. All right, Millicent should spawn like right outside here.
But it wasn't hard to want to kick that squirrel.
I have not kicked the squirrel, actually, you horrible person.
I haven't done it. I just wanted to. There's a difference between doing and wanting.
I guess so. Millicent. Millicent, where are you?
Ow. Ow, stop it. I'm hitting you with rocks, you fool.
Millicent. She spawned when I was trying. Here it is. Activated. There we go. Millicent. 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 Ah, there she is. Oh, do you have a bloodhound thing? Oh, she does
She
waterfowl. Okay.
get
Hello.
wrecked.
No, don't heal.
No, don't heal.
No, don't heal. Thank you.
That dude.
Thank you. The chimkins are huge. Literally, I went outside the other day and I was like, what the heck? Like, one of the
they get
chickens
big.
is huge. Like, she's so fat and, like, oh my god. I don't know.
Is it a
No,
Morpington?
no
'Cause they get
eggs
real
yet.
floofy.
Yeah,
Or
she's
Cochins.
floof.
Cochins get really, really floofy.
I don't know what kind of
Does it have
chimkins they are.
feathers on its feet?
Yes, they have feathers.
Okay, so feathers on the feet
No,
generally mean it's either...
I just said feathers. Like, they
Oh,
have feathers
just
because they're
feathers in
birds.
general? Yeah.
Because they're birds, yeah.
Because if they have feathers on their feet, there's very few that have feathery feet.
No, they don't. I'm pretty
Wait.
sure they do not have feathers on their feet. All right, hold on. We need to go to Fort Feroth, which is
Right. How's Uggo? Is Uggo Uggoing?
Uggo has grown into her stupid ugliness, unfortunately, for everyone involved.
Lies.
Why am I dumb right now?
You know, we all ask that at some point or another about ourselves.
Oh, okay. I'm dumb, but not big dumb. Just kind of dumb.
Little dumb?
Just a little dumb. Just a little eensy beensy. Ooh, there's a head there.
Mango potato.
Scooch?
There's a head there.
Just ahead?
There's a giant head, yeah.
Yeah, just ahead.
That's
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, just ahead.
Just ahead, yep. Just ahead, indeed.
Seek fluid intake
Seek
immediately.
fluid intake immediately. Guys, I kind of miss Subnautica.
Well, then why don't you play it?
Because I already played it and beat it.
Play it again, but do a challenge run.
Oh, a challenge
know what
run? What could you do a challenge run in Subnautica?
I don't know.
The challenge would be to not have DJ save my life the whole game, and I don't want to play. If DJ can't save me with crowd control the whole time, I don't want to play.
Me.
No! No, DJ, you have to protect me. I will stretch in a moment. Am I not on the right one? No, I am. Okay.
Got to jail.
Go to
you fat.
jail. Thank you for stretchies. Let me redeem sounds first and save some points. No, I'm not gonna. I won't Subnautica for a while. If anything, I'll do the second one. But I have 2 Mass Effect games to finish.
Yeah.
And I do want to finish Red Dead Redemption, but I think I'll probably have to start it over because it's been so long.
That's where I'm at with it. I started playing it when it like a little while after it came out, and it's been so long that I'm like, I don't remember anything.
I was
that's going
really
on.
enjoying it, but I got overwhelmed, and I think I'm gonna take like a cue from Chaos and do like grinding off stream and like do side questing off stream and then just do
That's
like main
usually what I
questing
do.
on stream. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it helps a lot because you don't feel as like pressured to like
Yeah.
rush through stuff.
It just I felt very, very, very overwhelmed with Red Dead 2. Yes, I've heard so much negative about Andromeda that I kind of am like, eh.
Fucking awful.
Eh.
Here's
We'll
the thing. They fixed a lot of the like graphic stuff that was really, really messed up.
Crazy. Nope. Okay.
But it just,
Thank you, Laz.
if you start 1 through 3 and then you play Andromeda, it's like this is literally just
Why
the
won't
first 3
Gowrie
games
speak to me?
condensed.
Gowrie. Gowrie won't speak to me.
Have you maybe considered that he's just having feelings?
I have
About
considered that,
something?
and honestly, it's rude.
It's rude that he has. Okay, well,
It's rude that his feelings are making it so that I can't progress.
fair enough.
Stop by the shack. I don't wanna. For you, it's a new game.
Also, I have this really intense feeling like about when people are like, "Oh, well, I never played the first 3 and I played Andromeda and it was fine." It's like, okay, but
That's
you
why
didn't
you
play
think
the
it's
first
fine.
3. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, you don't have the context.
I'm trying to think of a game that's like that for me. When people are like, "Oh, I played this one, but not these others," and I'd be like, "What?" Like, I feel like that would be like, okay, that would be like if somebody played Fable 3 without playing
Yeah.
Fable 1 and 2. Like, I would be like,
Yeah, and they're
why?
like, "It's
You're
amazing," and you're
literally
like,
playing the worst one. Do we have any Fable enjoyers in chat?
I played 2 and then
So- I'm
3,
so
and 3 didn't
excited.
bug me, but I haven't played 1. I have the remastered and I want to play it. I just haven't.
I
As of most
Loved
games in my
Fable.
library.
Funny story about Fable. I was living with my boyfriend at the time. We had an apartment together, and we
Astro? Yeah.
not Astro, but Astro. Yes, not Astro, but Astro. That person, but yeah. So, anyways, we had one TV, and we
A
shared.
mistake.
Yes, but we were broke because we were broke 20-somethings who
Yeah.
decided to get an apartment together. So we had one TV in the living room that we had, like, we put all of our consoles on. So, you know, if one person was playing a game, nobody else could play games. I would literally Fable from the minute I woke up. I would wake up a couple hours before work, because at this point in time, my work schedule is like 11 o'clock to like 7 or something like that. So like I could wake up at like 9. So I would wake up in the morning and I would play Fable for a couple hours before work. And then the second I would get home from work, I would play Fable until I would go to bed. And my boyfriend literally was like, you have a problem. Like, you can't, you're taking up the entire TV, so nobody else in the house can watch TV or do anything on the
Sounds
TV.
like he had a problem.
And
And
he's
it
like,
wasn't
you know,
that you
you're
could-
literally
you couldn't use the
staying
TV.
up till like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then you're coming into bed at night and like waking me up because you're getting into bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, you know?
That's a him problem.
All of it was him problems.
Yeah, him problem.
All of it was him problems.
That's a you problem. Fuck off.
What's the Fable game you that's the first one. I played the first 2 on stream. Like, that was one of the first few games I think I streamed, honestly. Fable 1 and 2. If you remember, Brit might remember. Brit was here for it. I beat Fable 1 wearing the Union Jack underwear and the chicken mask.
So, in a similar vein, originally Goose Knight and I only had like one TV and one Xbox.
Do we have I'm forgetting. Do we have to solve the Celia puzzle to get through? I think we do.
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. I think we do, though.
But we only had one Xbox and one TV, and there was a point. This was like back when Destiny was like top tier. Everybody was Destiny.
Oh, no, we don't. We're
Destiny.
fine. Mhm.
And Evolve was coming out, and I was super excited for it. And they had a week of like the beta, and I took over the Xbox and TV for that entire week.
Mhm.
And he literally bought me my
Literally?
own TV and Xbox.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, that's so sweet." And he's like, "Yeah, so you stop using mine." And I was like, "That's less sweet."
when he and I moved out of that apartment and we moved into our second apartment that we got together, he put a TV in our bedroom for that reason.
Yeah. It was like, at first it was like, "Oh my god,
He
you
was
got
like,
me my
"No."
own console."
No.
And it's like it was literally, "No, I just don't want you on mine."
Yeah,
And it was like,
he was like,
"All
I
right."
want to watch some fucking TV. Like, we loved, this is also like the time, but we loved the show House.
Oh, yeah,
House
House was
MD.
great.
And so like he would literally be like, "Bro, I can't even watch House. Like, I just want to watch House and I can't."
House rewatch? What?
Is it on?
It's got to be on something like Hulu.
But
or
they
some
take
shit.
it off all the time.
I
Like, for some
know.
reason, they take House off all the time. I have the desire so badly to rewatch the show Heroes, and it's nowhere. Like, I would have to download like all 5 seasons or however many seasons it is. I loved Heroes. Oh man, that's another show that was like, it was too good for its time, and it was like underappreciated. I actually had same boyfriend. He and I were together for like 6 years. So
yeah, Astro.
Yeah, not Astro, but Astro. Yep. He and I used to have we used to have Heroes like watch parties, like for season premieres and season finales, and like we would like invite all of our friends over and like have snacks and smoke and stuff like that.
So you were nerds.
Yes, not much has changed. I don't think anything has changed, actually.
Nerds being nerding.
Yep.
Oh,
I mean,
a man.
like, did anyone actually get made fun of when they were younger for like being a nerd? Because now it's like the cool thing.
I never talked about my interests. Like, I would go to school and I'm gonna die because I'm switching out stuff. I would go to school and I just wouldn't talk about video games because like nobody when I was in high school, nobody played video games. Nobody
Oh,
read comic
really?
books. Nobody watched anime. I think there was an anime club at high school and it was like 4 people. Like there was just,
Aw.
nobody was into any of that. So I hung out with the punk kids and I talked about music and that was it.
You barely have any social interaction out of your 4 friends? Oh, you mean you don't talk to other people other than your 4 friends? Yeah, honestly, stream is probably the people I talk to the most. And then obviously Yaga, but that's different.
I don't count.
Yeah, it's like that's different.
Ah, gross.
She's just a jar.
I'm a jar of
Thank you so much for the follow.
chicken.
A jar of chicken?
I'm a jar of
Ooh,
chicken.
I don't want a
Ow,
jar of
there's so
chicken.
many
I don't
people
think I
here.
like that.
Yeah, well, you know, we don't get a choice in life often.
Can you not do what you're doing? Come here, let me punch you in the face.
Run away. Fight each other, you fools.
Oh, is there a second one? Oh, no.
Second
Okay,
one.
good.
What do you want about?
I'm fighting a
you want about?
Squidacy, and I
Oh.
thought there was a second one, but it wasn't.
Oh.
It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
I don't even know where you are compared to me. Oh, you are like...
Yeah, I'm going to the
Okay.
fort.
I'm like, oh, you are...
Have you seen the number? That's what I'm saying. Like, stream is like who I talk to the most. Hi, Tatiana. How are you? Welcome in. Tatiana, are you excited for Zelda?
Zelda?
Zelda. Yeah, the new Zelda game comes out in a couple weeks.
Where you get to actually play as Zelda?
Where you actually get to play as Zelda. Isn't that crazy?
What a
How
novel
many
concept.
years has it been? And you actually get to play as Zelda
30
now.
something?
30. I literally think it's 35.
Yeah, because I...
Like, I want to
Yeah.
say 89 was the first one. I'm pretty sure. That's
Someone
that's
Google it.
wild.
Laws,
I'm pretty
go.
sure. Laws the Googler.
Google.
Laws the Google master.
Google laws. Google.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 89. Epic Mickey? Oh, I didn't know there was a new Mickey.
I thought there was
Epic-
only two. Is there a new one?
Oh, you mean Legend of Link? Yes, that's what I mean. Well, guys, what if Zelda was a girl? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Oh my god.
Imagine if Zelda was a girl.
Crazy.
God, that t-shirt is just like one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know. The things that come out of my mouth seem to embarrass you pretty
No,
thoroughly.
they're literally there's quite literally a t-shirt and it's a female Link and it says, "What if Zelda was a girl?"
Yeah, no, I've seen it. I'm
Like,
just saying.
What? 1987 and I was off by 2 years. So it's 37 years old. Dang. Thank you, Laz.
Zelda. Goodbye, Zelda.
Crazy.
Ow!
I feel like that would be a
Bro.
really fun throwback, but at the same time, I also feel like... Ooh, Grail's here.
That man really hurt me. To what end? Rawr.
Come here, Grail. I want to fight. I want to hit you. Wait, why?
What's up?
Grail is here.
Broken?
And she's, like, doing stuff?
These dragons are very mad.
Yeah, because that's what she did. She, like, summoned these dragons. Well, I know she's supposed to summon them, but, like, I didn't even hit her yet, which is usually what starts that. At least that's what I thought starts it. Does anyone know if Grail will just do that on her own? Because I didn't even hit her yet. Like, I didn't even start doing the damage to her yet. And she summoned her dragons. Ooh. I just got mad.
Being at me
Holy
funny and I don't
crap.
like it.
Why are their
Uh-oh.
eyes red?
They've been summoned with rage, man. They've got the
Apparently.
grumby wumbies.
Can you not swing? Thank you. Oh,
What the fuck am I aiming at?
I don't know, but I just got murked by a tail.
Damn.
I cut the joke. I was playing off the fact that Link is the star of Zelda. Yeah, so I know. I totally got what
They
she meant.
disappeared. They're gone. All
Is
of them.
Grail gone?
Yeah.
Yeah. We should be getting the hearts soon. That's weird.
That it just vanished. Just
Yeah.
straight vanished.
That's really
The
strange.
Fuckery duckery do. But This one, no, now it's back. What the fuck?
Okay, well, because I loaded back in, so maybe.
Puff the magic dragon, just coming and going at will.
86 in Japan. Oh.
Yeah, they always get stuff first.
No, I knew
'Cause, you know,
that, but
Nintendo's
I
over
just
there.
didn't realize that.
They just get everything first.
Here, Grail, let me smack you in the face. Come here, get back down. Get back down with your hairy beard.
Her bird.
Get out. Don't
Get
step
out.
on me. Get out.
Get out again.
Don't smack me.
Or extra smack?
Or smack me anyway, I guess. That's fine too.
Just laser beaming this
I
dragon
have
in the
to, no,
face,
no,
it's
you're
fine.
good. You're good. I was wrong anyway, so. I was wrong anyway. Alright, can you... Grail, you need to relax so I can do damage to you. Oh, she did.
Yeah, she did.
But we didn't do it. we
Yeah,
didn't
did.
do it.
I was damaging her.
Oh, we killed all
think she was
5.
little.
No. She dies if we kill all 5 of her
Momo.
babies.
Hello, Mama. How are you?
Okay, we have runes. Guess what? I still can't use them. Does it tell me how many I need to level up with?
All
I
of them. You
need
every rune in the game ever.
I need 4.5 million runes to level up again. How many do
So
I
get
have?
on it.
I have 267,000 runes. Did you just say get on it?
Yeah, get on it.
I'm gonna punch you through this screen.
Do it.
I'm gonna punch you so hard. You're gonna feel it all the way in California.
Make me feel something. I'm
You
good,
asshole.
Momo.
Alright, don't forget
I'm
this is the
good.
one that has the poisony assholes
Oh
in here.
boy, poisoned assholes. My
Poisoned
goodness.
assholes, yeah.
I hate when
Exactly.
that happens.
Ugh,
Bye.
same. Frickin' bats.
Freaking poisoned bats. Poisoned assholes.
Don't do
Poisoned
that.
everything.
Don't do that. No, I said don't do that, and you're still doing it anyway.
I hate when I tell them no and they just do it anyway.
I know.
Consent is important.
It's very disrespectful, honestly.
Ow, you.
Oh
the
my
bull
god,
down,
I'm
poison.
fighting nothing
hope
right
you're
now.
happy.
Move out of my way.
I'm literally stuck and dead. Yeah, I
Alright,
got
so
stuck
how
in
many
a
deaths
pole.
is that? I haven't even been counting. I think that's 3 deaths in New Game Plus. The first one, I'm not going to
Oh,
count
yeah.
because we're supposed to die to get out of there, so I'm not counting the Chapel of Anticipation.
Yeah,
but
we're
I
Elden
died
Ringing.
once to the dragon. I died once right there.
We're doing New Game Plus. So we're
So I think only 2. Only 2 in New Game Plus so far. Okay. Because yeah,
Okay,
the first
okay.
one does not count.
it never counts.
Getting cold and tired. Okay, DJ. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And we'll see you on Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, you know what happens Friday.
Mass Effect 2?
Mass
Question mark?
Effect 2.
And people are setting off fireworks. I hate it here.
It is September.
Mm-hmm. My neighbors are idiots.
Have a
They
nice
don't seem to
night. Good
understand
night,
anything.
DJ. Everyone say good night to DJ.
Good night, DJ.
Good night, DJ. Hi, Bolt. It's going fabulous. How are you?
Is it? Is it the most fabuloso?
Out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
My shit hit a stupid pole.
I know.
Stupid pole. Put these poles here.
Do I have... I do.
Boluses?
Boluses? Did I hear Mass Effect 2?
Bol-
Yes, I just finished Mass Effect 1 on Monday, and I will be starting Mass Effect 2 on Friday. I play Elden Ring on Wednesdays with BabaYaga Witch. And then
Currently,
I am,
yes.
Yes, and I am currently playing through the Mass Effect games for the first time. What did you think? I'm not gonna lie, the first like 6-ish hours of the game, I was not feeling it, and I was pretty much just like, oh my god, this game is so boring. But I ended up really, really, really liking it. I made some questionable choices, and I got some of my teammates killed.
Well, one you're supposed to. Like, one isn't
Yes.
unavoidable, so that's
Yes.
fine. We don't even...
But
that doesn't
I
count.
got another teammate of mine killed because I didn't have enough Riz.
You lacked the
I
rhythm.
lacked the Riz, unfortunately. You love the Mass Effect series? Okay, so, as somebody who loves the Mass Effect series, should I even bother playing Andromeda? Who did I get killed? Ashley shot Rex.
Ashley is problematic.
Yeah. Poor Rex. Yeah, Ashley just shot Rex in the back.
3 times.
Oh, no, she shot him in the back, and then as his dead body was laying on the ground, she shot him 3 more times.
Yeah, she didn't even double tap him, she quad tapped him.
You have not played it? Okay, that's why I asked, because everybody has told me, like, Andromeda is, like, doo-doo and to not even bother. Ashley sucks. I know. Yes, so when it came time...
Ashley, exactly.
Ashley was the one who died when I had to choose. Because she had killed Rex, and I was like, you bitch. And then the funny part is like, my character, like, your character says something like, die with honor, Ashley, or like something like that, like, die proud or die brave. Like, she says, like, your character says something to, like, motivate Ashley or whatever, and I was like, I don't care. I don't care.
I would love if this would actually do what I asked it to.
Yeah, so unfortunately,
I just got murked.
I didn't have the charisma to talk Rex down, and unfortunately, Ashley shot him in the back. Unlike Will, he closed the deal. That is true. The unexpected Caden sex scene was very, exactly like I said, unexpected. Like, I was like, bro, I talked to you one single time, and he's like,
He catches feelings so hard.
Yeah, no, as I'm saying, I spoke to him once, like, after the mission.
You sneeze, he's in love. Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, so, like, I saved him, and I chose to sacrifice Ashley. And so then I talked to him on the Normandy afterwards, and he was like, you didn't have to choose me, blah, blah, blah. And so I was just like, you know, I was just, like, being very nice, and I was like, you know, like, it was the right thing to do, and blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, I go off on a mission, and then I come back to the Normandy. Keep in mind, Caden has not been in my party since the very first mission where you're, like, required to take him. And he's like, we need to figure out what we are. And then, like, kisses me, and then suddenly sex. And I was just like, what? What? What?
Too, because, like, there's a moment with him where he's, like, all mad at you, and it's so stupid because, like, and nobody's saying anything because, you know, spoilers, but it's one of those moments where you're like, I had no control over this situation that you are currently yelling at me for. Like, I had nothing to do with it.
Wonderful.
And he's just like, I can't believe you, and it's like, fuck off.
And then suddenly sex. Yes, like, seriously, ask chat. Like, I was just like, what is this guy doing? Like, why does he think that we're, like, why does he think we're an item? And then naked butt. Like, literally, that's exactly how it happened. And I was just like, that's a butt. That's a butt. All right, we can go,
go not cry cry?
Why can't I? Something's aggroed to me, so let's go back over to the Grace. Because we can go to, the lift now.
It's a rogue bat.
Yeah,
batting.
it's fine. I'm just gonna. Are you gonna kill him? Okay. We need. I mean, we need those runes, man. We need those runes.
Yeah, we're rune poor.
We're rune poor. All right. All right. I guess we can go to Academy Gate Town and just keep pushing up. Because I mean, unless there's somebody in chat who happens to know a faster route to Lanedell.
Trying to get to Fire Giant as quickly as possible. That's the point right now.
My Mass Effect romance one was Liara. It's been a while. So Tali and Liara were my gal pal squad. I had them pretty much the entire time. And honestly, I wanted to romance Tali because I just loved her. I thought she was so cute and she was so precious. But Tali cannot be romanced as a female shepherd character, which I was. So, sad, sad. So yeah, so we had accidental Caden. It's fine. It's fine, I guess. Alright. There's gotta be... There's gotta be a faster way to get... to push to Lanedell, other than going through the academy.
How are you?
Pal used to go. I loved her. I thought she was so funny. Gonna need to replay them soon. Yeah.
I
This
have a
Italian
hard
first
time.
playthrough.
I
Like your
really
choice,
want to
better
like. I want to warn you against stuff, but also I'm like, let her experience it for herself the first time. And like, if characters die, they die. Like,
I mean, that's how I
but
played Baldur's Gate. I was like, if people
yeah,
die, and then they die, and I can always play again.
yeah. But I
All
always
right.
feel bad because like there's somewhere like with Rex, I was like, but Rex, because like you don't know now, especially, but like he's a great
I'm
squad
gonna
mate because
look at
one, he's
something. You don't have to follow me though. I'm just gonna look
okay.
at something.
He's really strong, but also like his commentary is just great because he's just got great dry humor.
I can't remember my choice into. So okay, I don't know very much. But my friend said the only thing I'm gonna spoil for you is Miranda got a booty, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll
She's
keep
got
that in mind.
curves for days. But
I'll
that's
keep that in
because
mind.
she's like literally engineered. So like, yeah, she's just literally.
But it's just
the
funny that
perfect
like
woman,
he's like,
quote,
out of
unquote.
everything that I could possibly spoil to you, I'm just gonna tell you that this girl got a booty.
Tale of High.
Oh.
Doing good. New game? What game?
Designed for so many people to follow, and it's not Miranda. Interesting. Yeah, we'll start it on Friday, and I will probably put. I'll probably put a little bit more. I don't want to say effort because it's not that I didn't try, but I specifically
You
committed.
care more now.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I specifically committed to just blasting through the story because everyone was like, "Oh, it gets better in 2. It gets better in 2. It gets better in 2." So
That's
I kind
not
of
what
just
you're
like.
saying. It's what I'm saying.
Well, that too. But, anyways, I kind of just pushed through the story in Mass Effect 1 because I specifically wanted to get to 2 because everyone told me 2 was better. So I will probably spend a little bit more time side questing and doing all the other stuff in 2.
But yes, Pastel, Pink has been playing Mass Effect for the first time.
I remember my Mass Effect. Is it because what Wolfie said? So now we know it's the engineered. A ton of yeah. Like I said, I did not love it. I did not love it for the first like 2 streams. It was very dated and it was very clunky and all that. So the first couple streams I definitely did not really. It grew on me for sure.
Yeah, once you play 2 and 3, it's really gonna just like cement that feeling of just like, oh my god.
Oh,
this
it
is
was
actually,
Miranda?
Like, freaking amazing.
Well. You're like, oh yeah, the booty. The booty.
She's the whole package. She's actually gorgeous, but still, it's just like, it's not fair. It's not fair. She's
Is she too pretty?
she's too everything.
One of those, I see.
Well, and she knows it too, and she is not like subtle about it. She's like, oh, I know I'm perfect. And it's
She's
like,
a total
oh,
bitch
okay.
though? Really?
Yeah.
But like a bitch like
She's
how
snooty.
I'm a bitch, or like a bitch?
She's very, like I said, she knows she's perfect because she was engineered to be perfect. So she's like very like, I don't want to say full of herself, but she's extremely self-aware.
Gotcha.
And she's not modest at all. She's very much like, yeah,
Glad
I'm
you
perfect.
picked her.
And
I love how we're playing Elden Ring, but we're talking about Mass Effect.
also, did not realize you were gonna rest and just
Oh.
respawn all those guys. Scared the
Sorry.
shit out of me.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just like,
kind
oh.
of like didn't even think about it. I just sat down.
You're like, I just took a nap. It's fine.
That's exactly what happened. I was just like, oh, Grace, cool, and then I just sat down.
Yep.
She knows she's the best thing since sliced bread, and she doesn't want people to know her vulnerabilities. But isn't that always how it is with like super hot ladies like that?
Pretty much.
You know, you're hot. You have so many vulnerabilities.
But I mean, her loyalty mission like straight up tells you her vulnerability. Like,
Yeah,
That's-
well, because
all right, made by the same devs as yeah. I saw that I got an email about it being out.
what?
The fucking Frankstone casting of Frankstone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been trying to not watch like streams of it just in case I decide to play, but I don't know. I have to pick. I have to pick
can
a
choose the picky
Halloween
choosy?
game.
A Halloween game? Well, you can't. Resident Evil now. You played them all. There's
No, I
none
didn't.
left.
There's none left. That's right.
No, all gone.
What
They're
the-
all gone. Every single one gone. What happened?
I fell, but like, it did a torrent thing where it was like, I should have survived that, you know? Gonna have to stop in
Torrent.
while you're playing
Torrent
that?
isn't doing that.
Yeah, so I'm starting it on Friday. So it's easier to, so my nights off, my nights that I don't stream are Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. So Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday are my stream days. And Wednesday I play Elden Ring, so all the other days are gonna be Mass Effect.
All
Like
the massive
zero.
effect.
Oh, are you talking about Resident Evil? Oh no, the only Resident Evils that exist are 7 and 8. I don't know why they made the
No, you played
the
5.
only.
You played
I don't
5.
know why. I don't know why they made the only 2 Resident Evil games number 7 and 8. That's just crazy. But those are the only ones. It's
You
weird.
played
It's
5.
weird. It's really strange that there's no other games other than 7 and 8.
I killed all these people.
So strange that there's no other games but 7 and 8.
You should play 1 and 2.
2 and 3 are on Game Pass, and I do have them downloaded because I was like, maybe one day. But I've never played a Resident Evil game. I played my first couple of Resident Evil games in July for my
back to back, basically.
streamathon. Yeah, I played 3 of them back to back to back to back, literally. I played 5 and 7 and 8.
Because fuck 6, even though you fucking bought it. And now we're gonna have to play it.
Listen, I didn't say
You-
I was
you
playing
did
it. I just said,
No,
I said,
didn't
here, you know you're going to play. You're going
well,
to
then
play
you have
it.
to play with me, because it's co-op.
There are enough versions of 4. You could probably play 4 for the rest of the year. Thanks, Laws. Ad break. Resident Evil 4. Which one is 4?
Leon.
Oh, the Ashley.
When I was playing.
Yeah.
Ashley.
Ashley. Leon.
Fucked up Ashley.
Yeah, 5, honestly, like, I hate to say it, but 5 was one of the goofiest, worst fucking games ever. Like, it was so cheesy. It was so corny.
That's what makes it great,
It
though.
was so
It's so funny.
goofy. Like, I was just like, what is this game? What is this? What am I
That's why I
playing
love
right now?
it. It's so ridiculous. And then, like, once you unlock all this stuff, like, because the more you play, the more stuff you unlock. Once you get, like, the chain gun, which has unlimited ammo and never has
Get
to
out,
reload, it's just ridiculous.
Get my runes back, because, you know, I need them
You
desperately.
need them. How else will you level up?
I want to level up at least once more. Like, I want to level up at least once more, but I need 4.5 million runes to do that. Did I say
4
4 or
runes, got it.
40? I don't remember. I keep hitting the wrong one. 1, 2, 4.5 million
Are
runes.
you? Trying to find you, like, just by looking at the, oh, you're up there.
I'm just trying to see if you can completely bypass the academy to get over to the lift. Or if we have to go through the academy, because I just don't remember.
Yeah, I literally was just looking on the map to see your little icon moving.
Guys, Mix It Up actually did what it was supposed to do, and it reset the seeds all on its own. Look at that.
I mean, listen, Resident Evil 6 was pretty messy. Like, it's one of the universal, you don't need to play it games.
What's Typing of the Dead?
It's brutal.
What's that? I've never heard of that.
Is it one of those games where you test your typing? Because it sounds like it.
Oh my gosh, but like if you don't type fast enough, it actually kills you.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. You gotta
But it
type real
actually
fast or
kills
die.
you.
Yeah. IRL, you die.
Yeah, somebody shows up at your house and just kills you.
Be like, you didn't type fast enough, beach. And you're like, oh no.
Oh no.
How did they die? Typing too slow.
Typing too slow. All right, so
It happens. It's a thing. You gotta watch out, guys.
we can push up this way.
Push it real good.
Or this
Four.
way. that way, actually. Do we have any lurkers who happen to know the fastest way to get to?
You know who knows? Google knows.
I don't want to Google though. I just want.
You know who does want to Google?
Oh my gosh. You have to put your hands in the guillotine to start typing.
Oh my god. No.
It comes in a box. It comes in a box set because it comes with a guillotine. This doesn't look like Mass Effect? What you mean? I'm massively affected by this game right now. Hi, Ark. How you doing? Welcome in. How was the day? How is the Factorio update? Isn't that what you're playing? No, I saw you playing something different. I saw you playing something different the other day. What were you playing? Hold on, don't tell me. I remember. You were playing
a game.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this game? Okay, tell me, because I can't remember. Should I
Can't
Google?
remember.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to Google. I mean, I don't really know how to Google what I'm looking for, but like, I want to know what's the fastest way to get into like Lanedale. Factorio today. Shapes! Yes, shapes. Shapes, that's what it was.
Shapes.
Shapes. Shapes. Shapes. Shapes.
I found the East Raya Lucaria gate.
Okay, I found the Tibia Mariner.
Did you tell him go home?
I did, and he just said, okay, and then he went poof, and he disappeared.
Fantastic. Love that. 10 out of 10. I found Bellum Highway.
Leyyndell.
Get away from me. No, don't touch me. No, I'm running from you. Get the fuck out the way. Get go.
Like, there's probably some, like, catacomb or something that goes right underneath. Because don't you remember when you and I were playing, and we, like, went through some place, and we came out, and I was like, what the fuck? How are we in the capital? You remember?
Yes. I do remember that, actually.
Do you remember where that was?
You're so funny. You're so funny. I'm getting murked.
Okay.
Hardcore.
You're doing great, sweetie.
I'm not.
You're doing great, sweetie.
They're throwing things at me with trebuchets.
Oh, man.
I almost said slingshots. Not right at all.
No. Not sure about any update. I probably wouldn't notice a difference. There's a new DLC for Factorio. Oh, I thought I saw that there was an update. And somebody said there was an update.
No, fuck you. Fuck you. Get away from me.
I could be wrong.
I don't know
though.
you. That's my purse.
That happens a lot.
They'll never catch me alive, you fools.
I like how we're like, yeah, we're gonna do all bosses, and then chat was like, go to Fire Giant, LOL, and now we're like, all bosses after Fire Giant. After Fire Giant. So if you missed it earlier, I hate Fire Giant. It's my least favorite boss, and I struggled so much on Fire Giant. And they think it's so silly. Oh, you found?
Grand Lift of Ductus.
How did you find?
Don't ask questions. Just accept
Never
it for
mind,
what it is.
Laws. Apparently Yaga just stumbled in there. Get to the two
It's
great
how
runes
I
of killing
do.
Godric and oh, we need Renala. We need 2 great runes? Alright, hold on. Let's go to the deck. I didn't think we needed 2. I thought we only needed 1 great rune to get in there. But I could be really, really wrong. If Laws
Super
says we need
duper
2, we probably need 2. So that's fine. We can go get another great rune real quick. We can go get... So we can get Rykard at Volcano Manor. Or we can get Renala at the Academy. But Renala, if we go to Renala, we'll have to also get the Red Wolf Radagon. Which isn't too bad.
Are you talking about that fantasy jumpy motherfucker?
Yes. Yes. Nothing major. Oh, okay. I thought it was a big update, but alright. Get 2 Godric. Okay. Activate the Great Rune of Godric. Go to the Capital Rampart site of Grace. Look for a door with the entrance open. Okay. So we might have to activate Godric's Great Rune. That might be what it is. We might only need 1 Great Rune and just have to have it activated.
Okay.
We'll see.
Well.
We'll see. We'll see if it lets us into Lanedale. Thank you, Laws. Much appreciated.
Mucho apreciado.
Much appreciated.
Danke.
Danke, danke, danke. All right. Oh yeah, we've got these big boys. All right, we are in
They
Altus
can go-
Plateau.
Goof.
I love that my weapon just does innate fire damage. Oh, okay, stop. Stop, you're being so mean.
Not
Oh, he's coming
touching.
for you.
That's okay.
He went
I'm-
charge.
Woohoo! Bro wasn't even aimed at me, but
Oh.
okay.
Arc, 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 arc.
Bark, 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 bark.
Arc. Arc, did you see the Planet Crafter update? There's a rover and new aminals. I'm not at animal level yet. I'm almost there. I'm at like 30% from amphibians to animals. Pink, pink, pink. Arc, 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 arc.
Bark, bark.
Bark,
Woof, woof, woof. All right.
Yeah, Planet Crafter update. They added a robot.
Where, go, what, do.
We're going
Gotta
to
do murders.
Decapito.
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 Decapito. I'm going so fast, you guys. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
So fast. Alright, let's see if it'll let us in.
Go knock, knock. Hello.
Hello? Oh, it's cracked. I can see it's cracked open.
You see its crack?
I see it's cracked.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Those men are
gosh.
throwing lightning at you. Ooh.
They missed, though.
Okay, goodbye.
They
Haha,
missed.
Suckers. You guys suck, haha.
They missed.
BTW.
Hmm.
Since we're about an hour away. Before you have to raid out, I will raid into you.
Okay. Cool. Boost them numbers.
Boosting. For
Boosting.
boosty reasons.
But I already finished. Well, now you have to do it all over again.
And again, and again, and again.
I'm kind of like at a point right now in Planet Crafter where I just have to like wait. Like I've got everything is like automated and there is a tree sentinel. There are 2 tree sentinels.
I'm sorry? In Planet Crafter?
Yeah, in Planet Crafter.
Fucking weird,
what
honestly.
are you doing to me, sir?
This
look
guy's...
at where they look at he shoved me way up here.
Yeah, they were healing?
He shoved me
Question mark?
way up on the stairs.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to
Yeah,
the...
go touch that, Grace.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That way. Easy peasy
Yeah.
lemon squeezy. Ka-chow!
Bro.
That's right, look away.
You have to sit.
I know, I'm grabbing.
Look at
I
she's
need them.
more concerned with loot than my life.
Yeah. I looting goblin. I goblin of loot. I need all this
Goblin of
stuff.
loot. Yeah.
Stuff I'll never use. I need to hoard it for a reason. If you're not loot goblining, what are you even fucking doing?
That's true. If no loot, then why die?
Yeah. If no loot, why goblin?
If no loot, why die? All right, let's go kill these fuckers. Come on. I want my ruins
Okay.
back. I want my ruins back. She's
Well,
burb. She
then.
likes shiny. It's true.
Accurate.
Guys, we had to do so much grinding in the DLC for her to get this bird. Because it's like like five armor pieces, like 5 separate armor pieces or whatever.
Listen, the problem was trying to find them. Listen, you gentlemen. They're being annoying.
Yeah, I know.
They keep moving and shit. Look,
I know,
just
stop
get
moving,
fucking
just
nuked,
die.
bro.
Here.
Here, you have rocks. You like rocks?
All right.
He doesn't like
okay.
rocks, he says. Ow, ow, ow. That guy hit really hard for no reason other than
Why
because
is
he
my
could.
timing so fucked?
These are oh my god, brah.
Okay, what am I doing? Why is
I
my
take
dodge
so
timing
long
up?
to cast. Fuck. I can't. I'm literally just like, let me lay on the floor and take a nap. New plan. Where's my boy? Ooh.
Are you fighting the other one? Yeah, you must be.
Mm-hmm. It's being an asshole.
Yeah. Let me get my other runes before I die. Let me get my other runes before I die.
He didn't like me on a horse, so he shot that down real quick. Ow, you fucking fuck. Get moved, bitch.
Move out of the way. Me move.
Me move! Me move! Ow! Okay, put my own shit. No, 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 no!
Come on. Oh my god, my dodge timing is all fucked up. All right, I got that one. I don't know what's going on with me right now. No, don't use your shield. I don't like it.
I just take so long to cast, and I hate it.
Yeah.
Because these guys are so bouncy, jumpy. Yep, there he goes, smacking me around.
Yep.
Bruh. Bruh, I'm gonna need you to not. Also, he's just hard to
He's almost dead,
so
though.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Woo! He jumped on me. He jumped on me again while I was healing.
Not nice.
He's dead. I'm dead. He's not dead.
Now he's dead.
Good night, Goose. Thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Okay.
I died the
I have
last
to
hit
run
there.
over here.
I hate these
I
guys.
know. They're just so jumpy.
It's not even that they're jumpy. They're just so chunky.
They're also chunky.
And
I gotta rest. I have
weak.
no health.
It's fine.
Weak
gonna
at
grab my
550.
Shield Boy was angry. I know. I hate those guys, honestly.
Never grown. Like,
And there's another one. There's a Draconic Tree Sentinel, which is like outside of Lanedale, and he's he's terrible.
so we gotta get up to the Frosties, the snowman.
Yeah, but we have to beat Morgott first.
There's also a guy here. Where is he? Where's Big Boy Boy?
Yeah, Morgott
Where is he? There he
is the
is.
one
He's
that
coming.
seals it off. Yep,
He
here he is.
coming.
Yep. The Black Blade Printer. How did you have a health bar? Well, I guess you're not a named one.
No, he's just a pain in the ass.
He's just a pain.
Ow. Ow, I would like for you to stop that for a second, please.
He is spinny boy.
Ow. I'm literally trying to dodge, and Torrent's like, I for sitting.
Yep. Move. Okay, we're not. I have somehow lost my dodge timing.
We haven't played in like a week.
I mean,
You don't play every day, you suddenly just go, "Wah," and then brain go, "Brr."
I guess so.
Alright.
I guess brain is
happens.
going burr because, like,
It does.
I don't know why suddenly I'm just dodging into everything.
Maybe you just want to up the challenge for yourself.
Oh, it's a challenge run, and the challenge is me.
Is yourself. Yeah, you're your own
myself.
challenge. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wait, this way?
I don't know.
Into the capital, which
I'm presuming you know where you're going.
it is this way. Also, oh, can we get this?
I don't know. Can we? No, it fucked off like immediately for me. It literally immediately just fucked off.
Same.
Like and disappeared.
But it's like the glitter is still here, so.
It's like, if you die, I'll come back.
Piece of candy. Those actually have stuff. Those actually have stuff.
But
it
also,
is a piece
ooh,
of candy, but it actually has some.
Delicious candy.
It does, yeah. It's got, they should have ashes of war in them. Or peas.
Or
Or stones. Alright, let's see if it'll let us in. It might not let us in. Oz might be right. Yep. Alright, we gotta go get another rune. Rykard or Reniala?
which is gonna be quicker?
Probably about the same either way, because for Rykard, we just have to do the Volcano Manor quest real quick and like get like the girl's necklace and all that shit. And Renala would just be going through the academy.
I mean, let chat decide.
Chat,
Go chat. Decide.
what you want? Do we want to go? Do we want to go to magic school, or do we want to go to the Volcano Manor, the Volcano House?
Do we want to go to Bowser's Castle or do we want to
Yeah.
go to Hogwarts?
Bowser's Castle or Hogwarts? Which one, guys? Oh, isn't the fake Morgott over here?
Why do you ask like I know things?
I don't know, because there's a stake of America here. What? Who are you?
Who you? Fucking dead. No, don't fucking throw a knife at me, you piece of shit. I just can't get over. Who are you?
There was just a man and he just suddenly was doing gold shit.
Man, I hate when there are men. No, walk into my shit. Just walk into it. Just walk into it.
Margot,
Oh, he jumped
knock
into
it
it.
off. We already beat you once. Do we have to teach you this lesson again, old man?
All day, every day.
Oh,
Old
the
men
Meridian
never
Amber
lose.
medallion. Let's go.
+1.
Oh, +1. Let's go. Yeah, because I'm sitting here and I'm like, there's a stake of America here? Why?
Stake
Also,
of America?
Can you... Torrent, please. I beg.
Plus.
Torrent,
Plus,
I beg.
Torrent. Plus.
I beg. Torrent, I
Look, I
beg.
found giant.
Please.
I found giant.
Knock it off. Knock it off. Wait, is
He's
there...
taking a nap on the floor.
He's probably just trying to take a little nap and you're just ruining his day.
He was actually laying down taking a nap. I woke him up with
and I
rocks.
was like, what the heck? Poor guy.
And then I put him to bed again. I was like, go to sleep.
Poor
Little
guy.
giant
Oh,
man.
Go take a nap.
He needs a juice box.
Go
He'll be
take a
fine.
nap.
He wants appy juice.
All right, so let's go. Okay, so I lied. First of all, let's go see if we just need to activate our Great Rune of Godric.
Okay.
Like it might
What
be.
a great rune.
Yeah. It might just be that. We might just need to activate
Make
it. and then
runes
come
great
back.
again.
Make runes great again. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
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 Don't squawk at me.
Okay.
I do the squawking here.
I do the
Virgo?
squawking. Oh, wait. Ah!
I also fell off of it.
I can't get
R.I.P..
out.
You live here now?
I guess so. All right.
R.I.P..
So let's go to. I am Yeah,
Yes, of
that
course,
one.
always.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
The Limgrave Tower Bridge.
Lim lim lim.
Yeah. I knew where it was. I just needed to find it. I just needed to find it. Okay.
Me's looking at the list, just blind as fuck.
And then we run.
And then we run.
Run so far.
Oh my god, full body stretch, let's go.
This is a speedrun strat. Someone figured out that it's something to do with walking off a ledge that you would normally die from. But seems complicated. Are you talking about the one that's inside the capital? Because I know that one and it's really hard to do. Holy crap. There's a lot of speedrun strats that I wish. Come on, my guy. I haven't even stood up yet.
They don't care. They're just like, fuck you.
Oh my god.
Stay on the ground. Pretty rude, honestly.
Damn, like, I knew that they had more health in New Game Plus, but do they have more, like, aggression?
They got the extra grr.
Yeah, because they're like, slam, slam, slam. But I don't know. I didn't look that far. Yeah, I might. It might be the one I'm thinking of, where like as soon as you get into Lanedale, you like kind of like drop down a ledge and then hop onto a building, so you can just kind of go all the way through instead of going around, which is very nice. But it's very hard to do. I tried a lot. There's a bunch of speedrun strats that I've tried, like the Celia skip. I want to do so bad because it's just so handy to just hop on a tree and avoid that entire
Man just
puzzle.
popped up out of nowhere. He was just on the ground and then not. That was nuts.
Well, he's dead.
Goodbye forever.
Well, he's dead. I just got
Until
hit with a
next
moon.
time. Yay! I was just reuniting you with your one true love.
Oh yeah, Ronnie, my baby.
Mm-hmm. It's her moon.
It
so,
is her
yeah.
moon. I should put my pretty dress back on instead of my
Pretty,
armor.
pretty, pretty panda.
Yay! But I like this armor, so I will leave it. This DLC armor. That's my pink
Armoire.
eyes. Wow.
Yeah, I meant to say you've got pink eye. What happened? What'd you do?
I touched the butt.
You touched the dung eater.
The
with your
dung
eye.
eater with my eye.
He said, "Come here, sir," and just rub your eye all on him.
Gross. Don't rub your eyes on the dung eater, guys. Don't do that.
Yeah, and also make sure if you're gonna do it with your baby eyes, because then they fall out.
Because then they'll
and
fall
it's
out,
fine.
and then you'll have your adult eyes behind. Yeah, that's
So
right.
it won't matter. Yeah,
So it won't
you don't wanna be stuck
matter.
with pink eyes. That's
It
gross.
won't matter. Guys, look at Yaga's diaper.
Don't look at my diaper.
Look at Yaga's diaper.
No, don't look at it.
She go poopy.
It's not Pixel Brand.
She go poopy in her diaper.
It's not Pixel Brand. Don't look at it. Don't look. Don't look at my shame.
It's almost as bad as Mesmer's diaper.
Don't look at my shame. Touching.
Great win.
Wow, it's great.
It's great. Okay, now let's see if we can go in. If it'll let us in.
We're gonna go.
The phantom tree.
Kylie?
No, Lindell.
Outer wall phantom tree. I was like, what am I looking at? Listen, I didn't get an actual nap. I laid in bed arguing with my alarm for an hour.
I don't know why.
I got problems, man.
Fair.
Well, initially I lay down and then Lily wouldn't let me sleep. She was just being a menace.
You
and
need
then I put
to.
her in her kennel.
Fuck. Okay. All
That's how I
right.
feel about it.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's go to.
Did chat vote? Did they say? Did they?
No,
Did
chat
you
didn't do anything. Chat didn't do anything. Chat
That's
never
it.
does anything.
Go to jail. Go straight to jail. Right now. Dungeon 1,000,000 years. I said it. You have to do it. Go to jail.
Go to jail.
You
Alright.
don't get any crackers and juice because you are shameful children.
Shameful children.
Go
Wow,
to
chat,
jail.
what's wrong with you? You're part of chat, horseman.
Yeah.
You're part of chat.
You're chatting. This woman wants to see my fingies. She's gonna eat them. She's gonna suck on my fingies, isn't she? Weirdo.
Don't give them to her.
She's gonna suck me digits.
That was not very nice.
It's not nice to suck digits. I agree.
Eh.
What was that?
There's a lobster.
A rock lobster?
Yeah.
I
Alright.
summon a bird.
All right, chat. Chat. Are we going to Hogwarts or are we going to Bowser's Castle? Pick one. Pick one. Pick one. Pick one.
You've got 5 seconds.
We are VIPs. We are special. We're not the lowly peasants of regular chat.
Wow. Elitism in chat. Holy shit.
Wow.
That escalated. God damn.
Tell me how you really feel.
We're about to have a fucking revolution
Everything is
over
pretty,
here.
but also dangerous. True. I
Get
thought it
out
was
the
here.
guillotine.
Maybe it's here. Let's try
VIPs
here.
are about to be taken out.
try
Get
there.
out the guillotine.
All right. I have to find fucking Raya.
Lucaria.
No, not Raya.
You're saying words.
Sorry,
Just
I
stop
channeled
that.
Miranda for a second there. No, Wolfie, that's just how you truly feel about chat. It's fine.
Wow.
Wolfie speaks for himself.
Wolfie's gonna be alone on that stage with
Wolfie
the
will be on
guillotine.
his soapbox all by himself.
Wow. Wow.
All right, lobster. Fuck off, lobster.
Fuck off, lobster. So,
Okay.
damn it, chat. One of you pick. One
Seriously,
One of you just Bowser's Castle or Hogwarts. You pick.
just fucking
Do
say
it.
one.
You
My
indecisive
chat
little
is literally
grackles.
not going to because okay, Hogwarts. Okay, I was like, my chat's literally gonna refuse to now.
I'm just gonna sit over here and threaten lives. I will kill you with not kindness.
All right. All right.
We're going what do?
So we're going to Hogwarts.
Yeah, I know. I'm going. I'm going
We
there.
need to get the key from the dragon.
Okay.
It's over on the side. The little island over to the side.
Off the magic dwarf.
Bo Batten's Academy. That's my vote. Oh my gosh, what a reference. Hi.
Hello.
You don't have a horse.
I do.
No, you're floating.
No, you're floating.
No, you're floating.
No, you're
No,
floating.
you.
No, we all float down here.
Okay, chill out, Pennywise.
Ow, that bitch hit me.
Is there
Be dead
an
now.
It
Goodbye.
video game? My gosh, sir.
Will they
My,
put it
sir,
into Dead by Daylight yet?
sir.
I feel like they should.
Ad
don't know
break
if they
time.
have.
Thank you, Laz. Laz is on it tonight. All right, so we have to go to. I can't map.
We have to go to bring it around town.
Bring it around.
Bro,
town.
this man's being a menace to society and needs to die.
I'm gonna head over there, I guess.
I'm gonna pillage a corpse. It's how I do.
It is Bill Skarsgård, and he's in the new Crow movie. If you're talking about the new one, because the old one's Tim Curry.
Alexander's better, just saying.
The Skarsgårds, Stellan is the best.
I don't know if I know who that is.
That's their dad.
Well, Alexander is the best because True Blood. Hello?
Oh well, Alexander
well.
is the best looking.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Come on.
There's another one too. There's a third brother.
They're like Hemsworths. They're
They're
just
like
all over the
Hemsworth. They
place.
just keep accumulating.
Yeah, there's just all the time with
Those
the.
fucking Hemsworths.
It's those tall blonde men that just keep.
Oh
spawning.
no, not the tall, attractive blonde men. Anything but that.
Muscle bound at that. Oh, my goodness.
No.
It's a curse.
Pico, how are you? I'm good, thank you.
The curse of the muscle bound blonde men.
Oh no, God forbid. Not tall, strong, attractive blonde men. Oh no.
You guys,
What would I ever do?
I think she's being sarcastic. I'm not
How does
sure.
Frosty Tools too much AI? Frosty Tools is too smart for its own good, I'm telling you.
It's doing that thing where you're invisible again. I'm running in circles trying to find you.
I heard muscle blonde guys. Yeah, we're talking about the Hemsworth brothers and how they just keep showing up.
Well,
and the
Skarsgård.
Skarsgårds brothers, yes.
Guards.
Skarsgårds.
I'll die on this hill. Suki should have picked Eric.
Yeah,
in True Blood.
probably.
Bill, not a good choice. Also, like, the books
Pink is gonna
obviously are different.
I did accidentally start Lost. Hulu made the decision for me, and then I just supported it. Come on.
I love how you're like, no, it wasn't me. It was Hulu, but I also I started it over, which was an active choice. But
well,
no,
because like it was on like episode 6 or something, and I was like, "What's happening here?"
What's happening? I better commit to starting over.
Oh, we're going over by Caria Manor now, I guess. Oh, we can fight Loretta
running.
in here real quick. Does that count as a boss? That's a boss. She has a health bar. Loretta's a boss. Silicone massive muscles and less muscle legs and go to Comic. We'd just be Johnny Bravo.
I touched the grace. Ow! Who's dropping fucking shit on me? I don't like it.
Who's dropping the sky? The sky.
Hearts.
Real life Johnny Bravo? Yeah. I mean, but like real life Johnny Bravo, I feel like is just unhealthy, maybe? You know, like I feel like, sir, I'm concerned for your diet and exercise regimen and, you know, your hormones and stuff.
What's going on?
I don't know. I see you. You just walked into me.
I don't see you.
You walked past me.
Yeah, I don't see you.
Are those giant hand spiders? Yes. They are called creepers.
Minecraft Grim Reapers.
Uh-huh. They're called finger creepers.
Finger Reapers.
And
Reaping the
they
fingers.
also, some of them, not all of them, but some of them shoot lasers, and I don't like it.
It's the big ones with the rings, yeah?
Yeah, those ones right there. These ones. These ones.
Yeah. Oh, I just got flicked off. That was so rude. Oh, it's rolling around on fire like a spider, all right.
As a wall master with extra fingers? Yeah. So, oh my gosh, do you guys remember? Do you remember when I played Ocarina of Time? Do you remember? Do you remember when I played Ocarina of Time and I got jump scared by the wall master? I remember. Even though I've played that game 100 times and I knew they were there, it still scared the piss out of me.
Remember when we weren't supposed to have pets, but then we had a pet spider? Remember? I remember.
It didn't smoke though.
It didn't smoke, and it didn't clean either. Fucking
It didn't
asshole.
clean, yep.
I have a
remember?
picture of it. I should post it in the in your Discord.
In the pets
Our
channel.
pet spider.
Our
yeah.
pet smoking spider. Guys, when we went to see laser. When we went to when we went to our hotel in Nashville, they told us like 7 times no pets and no smoking.
And they don't clean.
And they don't clean.
They don't clean.
And
which was evident.
But the funny part is like they were like no pets, no smoking, and we're like, okay, cool. It's literally just the 2 of us, but that's fine. And they're like, okay, no pets, no smoking, and we're like, yep, okay, we
don't
still
clean.
don't have pets, but okay. And they're like, all right, here's your room number, here's the Wi-Fi password, no pets, no smoking, and we're like, okay, like we still don't have pets.
They also tried to bully us into sitting.
Yeah, they were like, sit please, sit please. And we were
like,
no, oh, we were just in the car for several hours, like we're fine.
I was on a plane for 4 hours. I'm good.
Sit please, sit please.
No.
And we were like, no. I'm good, thanks.
There's gonna be a $15 fee for, you know, the 3 nights. Okay. And no pets.
No pets.
Okay. We still don't have pets, but okay. And no smoking.
And
yeah,
they're like, no pets, right?
Smoke.
And we're like, still no pets.
Still no. It's just the 2 of you? Yep.
Yep.
No
and
pets.
No pets.
All right. What about smoking?
Apparently we look like we have smoking pets.
We went by a PetSmart and I was like, now's our chance.
No, I know.
We go get a pet, teach it to smoke. Let's fucking go.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Do you see a pet here? And they're like, actually, yes.
They were talking about me.
They were
It was
talking
me.
about, yeah, they were talking about Yaga.
They were like, that bird woman.
They just knew you were a bird.
It was all the feathers.
Ooh.
You'll never catch me alive, you fools.
You
I'm
fools.
just running by people. Ow, you son of a bitch.
Whee! And then the funniest part is like, no pets, no smoking, like, we don't clean, that's fine. And then we ate so much food.
We did.
Like, we literally had, like, so many garbage bags to take out when we were leaving because we ate so much food. So much food. It was so good. Hi, Cinna. Welcome in. How are you? They smelt the Buc-ee's. We hadn't gone to Buc-ee's yet. I had just picked Yaga up from the airport. We hadn't gone to Buc-ee's yet. That was
We're living
after.
downstairs that had a cat. So like, fuck off.
Yeah, and there was
Honestly.
people who had a cat. Like, no
And
pets.
smoking.
No
They were
pets, bro.
smoking. Cat was smoking.
The cat was smoking. Oh, I'm about to die.
So offensive.
I know. I was like, get out of here, smoking cat.
And it went.
And it went, astronaut voice. I wish I could.
It did do that. I heard it. I heard it.
Nobody
I was like,
knows
wow,
what
that's
that-
interesting. And then it
nobody
blew
knows
snot
what that
everywhere.
reference is.
And then it blew
Nobody-
snot everywhere.
Ew. Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Don't throw shit at me.
Astronaut voice.
I
wish
I
could.
It's never gonna get old.
Oh. Does she even still stuff anymore?
Probably. I don't see why she wouldn't. She...
True. True.
It's not like she was hurting for views.
True. All that's true. The voice is the one lady from Monsters Inc. Mike Wazowski.
Astro Wazowski.
No, that's actually the voice of a person that exists.
It's a fake voice, let's be honest. That ain't real.
It's a fake. It's a fake person, I think.
Well, yeah, it's a character that they obviously. I hope
You forgot
it's a
to fill
character.
out your paperwork.
I genuinely-
Wazowski.
I hope it's a character they're portraying.
Wazowski. But why?
But why?
But why?
Why do they portray it?
I don't know, but I'm at Loretta.
Oh, shit. Okay. I was still up here killing these guys because I can't see you, so you just like straight fucked off. So I was like,
Oh.
I don't know where you are.
Loretta.
Okay, I'll have to. I'm being attacked right now, so I can't.
I'm killing. I'm murder.
Oh.
I did murder.
Why am I even here?
My cape is so dirty. Hold on. Hold on.
Why am I even here? What is
Hold
my
on, Aya.
pur-
Hold on,
purpose?
Aya. Hold on, Aya.
What
Hold
is
on,
my
Aya.
purpose?
Hold on, Aya. There you go. Just for you, Aya. Look. Fresh and clean.
Oh, no.
Fresh and clean.
Well, somebody took an elevator down. Guess how I found out?
Oh. Yeah.
Yep. That's what happens when someone runs ahead of you and you can't see them, so you have no idea what's going on.
The Downy Unstoppables. I rested at a grace, which usually fixes it, but I guess it didn't this time.
Well, if you were far enough ahead, it wouldn't have fucking mattered. I'm trying to run past these guys so I can get my runes. Suck a duck, you guys. Suck a duck. Quack, quack.
Fresh and clean. I know. So the fact that soap exists in this game is very funny. Are those grapes on their heads?
Give me my runes.
No, I think they're technically glintstones. I think I have that too. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is the... There it is.
If you can't beat them, join them.
I don't even know how to get to where you are
Grapes.
because there's no grace anywhere near where you
Okay.
are. So,
There is.
That's-
Hold on.
hilarious.
Yeah, hold on. I'm running back to this place. It is right here.
Did you not touch it?
I did. Because I sat at it.
Oh.
Is game bugging? Yeah, I'm right here.
Now I see you.
This
Well,
way.
you were like... You can't see it on my map. I don't know.
Oh.
I'm trying. You're not gonna see.
Oh.
But you it looked like you were nowhere near a fucking
Oh,
grace.
no, I'm literally just right at this door here. And oh, and we have to re-kill everybody.
Oh!
because we rested.
You rested. I didn't.
I
I
rested.
died. That's a big
I
difference.
rested. I arrested development. Ooh, I should restart that. Don't you use your magic sword at me?
Whoa, ward. This man's running at me.
Throw the moon
don't
at
like
him.
it.
Throw the moon.
I am. Ah,
Throw
I'm
the
throwing so many
moon.
moons.
Okay, he's dead.
Death by mooning.
Okay.
Could you imagine if you killed people by showing me your butt?
I mean, I probably could.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't know. Are you gonna toot? Is that why? Stinky toots? Stinky toots?
Not me.
Stinky toots!
Not me. I didn't get upset about the hangover.
I wasn't upset. I was laughing.
I
There's
know.
a difference.
I know.
You were upset. I was
I
laughing.
was very upset.
I couldn't.
Where is she? She's
I
gonna
laughed
run.
too hard.
Oh, she appears. Hello.
Hello?
Move.
You ever
Move.
laugh too hard?
Move.
Ow, bitch. Stop. I was getting up. Ow. I was dodging. Loretta. Chill.
Loretta.
Gosh.
Loretta.
Stop shooting at me, Loretta. Let's go. Jessica gives her dog wine.
Woohoo! She shot me, but I had no stamina.
What?
What
A
the-
big deal. Uh-oh. 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 Ma'am. I was
Ma'am?
drinking my juice,
Ma'am?
man. She didn't want me drinking my juice. She said, "You put that down, you alcoholic."
She's
Get
one
moved.
hit. Good job.
Moon to the face. Whip.
Loretta.
When they're chicken dinner. Okay.
Blessies.
Work out.
Let's go. Yeah.
Go, not cry, cry.
Go, not cry, cry, yeah.
Actually, I had to pull that out of my collection so I can watch it during the spooking season, the season of spooking.
The spookening.
The spookening.
Blessies. Big hat, big hat. I know, this is my waifu's hat. My waifu.
Not your Roger hat?
Oh, I have my Roger hat.
Roger, my dude, are you there?
Roger, my dude, are you dead? Where's my
Work a
Roger
weapon.
hat? Where is my Roger?
I don't know if we're gonna be able to get to Fire Giant tonight.
No, not tonight. I thought we could, but I don't think we can push it that fast, actually. Because since we needed two, oh, it's right here. Since we need
you
two
got 12
great
minutes.
runes, yeah, I really thought you only needed one great rune to get in. So we can definitely Fire Giant next week, though. Because yeah, we have to go through the academy. So hold on. So let's go do that real quick. That is right here. No, it's right here. So go to Crystalline Woods, and then you just go south from there.
I met 3 sisters. There's 3 of them.
Oh, 3 sisters is good. We can visit Rennie.
You just
Right.
walk through the door and then bam.
Rennie
sister.
Bobani. I'll see if I can sneak up behind the dragon and just get the key.
Poke it in the butt.
I might not even poke it. I might just like boop. Only 3 sisters? I have way more than that. The worst part is they're not even sisters, they're liars.
Oh my goodness. That is awful.
Dragon! Dragon's alive! It's fine.
Dra-
I
I mean,
got it.
yeah,
I got it. I got
it's
it.
alive.
I got it. I got it. I got it. I got the key. I got the key. I got the key. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
They're just besties, and they were roommates. Oh my god, and they were roommates. Alright, Smaragd. Don't do it! You son of a.
Do it.
You son of a.
Do it. What are we not doing or doing?
It's
Doing?
it's
Don't
shooting
do?
magic at me.
Magique.
Magic. Roger, my dude, are you dead?
Wow, we haul.
We haul, we haul. Alright, so I've got the key, which means we can open the door to Rhea Lucaria Academy.
Okay, but the
And-
real question is,
Hmm?
do you have the codes?
I'm in.
Do you have the codes? Do you got the codes?
I got the codes, I got the key, I got the hacks. The
You got
hacks.
the codes? I touched Ronnie's eyes.
Ronnie! You can't go in there. She'll be like, "Excuse me, I haven't invited you," and then she'll get mad at you. She'll get mad at you.
That's the story of my life. Everyone's always mad at me. Why do I care? I die. Ah, ha, ha.
Who's mad at you?
The world.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world.
Yeah.
I wake up and the
Hey.
world's like, "Fuck you, Tony."
I don't need. All right, you can go into the academy now. I touched the brace.
It says you cannot proceed without a glintstone key. What the bitch?
Wait.
Oh, you're at the other gate.
Yeah. I was like, I'm inside.
It's
What do
not
you
my
mean?
fault there's 2 fucking gates. Who's putting all these gates up? Bitches.
Gates.
Putting all these gates up. Bitches.
Can I
Bitches
level
in the
up?
gate.
Can I level up?
Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up.
level up.
And no, you can't.
No, I
Not
know. I'll
allowed.
never level
Banned.
up again.
Banned. Banned from leveling.
Get on this elevator.
Elevator?
Yes, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna push it. I'm gonna push it. Roger, my dude, are you dead? Look at his hat. It's so floppy.
Talk about a man's floppy hat. It makes him feel bad.
It's a flopper. We are at Hogwarts. Wow.
We made it, guys. We made it to Hogwarts.
Wow, Hogwarts. Well, you know what we didn't get while we were in Caria Manor?
Drax? Ow,
Drax?
bitch. Ow, bitch. Ow, bitch.
No, we didn't get the Sword of Night and Flame. Even though we already technically have it because New Game Plus, but... Ew, it's still 101. I hate that for you.
I'm dead. R.I.P.
Yeah, you got.
Well, they can throw so quick and there was 2 of them. So,
I
like,
know.
I kept getting stun locked.
They
really do
can
anything about it.
cast so much quicker than we can. It's kind of not fair.
It's kind of most definitely bullshit.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Horseman, I'm really glad you're loving the hoodie. I have to grab one. I think I'm gonna get a beanie as well.
I ordered a beanie because it's encrypted on it and it has the Fresno
Oh, I was like, no, you
Lady
didn't.
Boys?
I can literally see, but that's not what you mean.
and a Mothman.
A Mothman. Yeah, I
Yeah,
am
yeah,
gonna
it's a
get
Mothman and a Fresno
Blessings.
Leggy Boy.
I'm gonna get a blessings one.
Is there a Blessie's beanie? Blessie's
Mhm.
beanie, you mean?
Mhm.
Adorkable.
Mhm.
Ahem, ahem, ahem.
Touch Grace.
Ooh.
There was a point in time where, like, this game was, like, scary, you know? Like,
God,
I'd be like, oh my god, what if I die?
then you die forever and you
If
can never
die,
play
you
again.
die.
Isn't there a game that does that? Like if you die in the game, then that's it, you're done. You can't play the game.
You
Game's
can't
over.
play the game ever again?
Yeah, isn't there a game like that? swear there is.
I feel like that would be so fucked if somebody, like, paid for that.
I don't. I mean, you not like you can't play it ever again. But
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
you-
Like, well, yeah, I mean, like,
No, like,
Baldur's Gate has honor mode, like, yeah.
But could you imagine? You're like, oh.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I meant, like,
But I
if you,
think
like,
there was a game that did that, where
You
it's like if
die
you
and,
died,
like,
that
you
was
can't.
it. You're fucked. You can't play it ever again. I swear that was a thing. I just can't
I
remember.
feel
what it
like that
was.
would be a gimmick, but
That'd be
people
such
would
a
be furious.
Oh, for sure.
And, like,
But
oh, I died playing this game, and now it won't even boot up again. That would be so crazy.
He's so fucked.
It'd be so fucked.
Could you imagine every time you want to like try over or try again, you have to like buy a whole new fucking copy?
God. I mean, like if it was like a 99-cent game, maybe, you know.
Oh, the challenge range people would just fucking lose their shit though.
Yeah.
Because it'd be like such a point of pride of like, I did it. I beat the unbeatable game.
Yeah. Well, isn't that actually a game? Isn't like the unbeatable isn't that a game like the Square?
The Square game? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I remember Michael Jones playing that and being like, I
Makes me
only
want
went to
spaghetti.
public
She's
school.
spaghetti and I'm meatball. Meet the ball.
Meet the ball.
Some
Well, because
spaghetti and the meatball sounds good.
well, also, I made myself spaghetti because of Aqua Teen Hunger
Aqua Teen,
Force.
yeah.
If you know, you know. And if you don't know, how sad, dude.
How sad for you. What? I'm gonna die.
I can't save you from the dog.
Yeah, I know. Alright, I got that dog. I got that dog. Okay.
But I wish I could.
I wish I could. Just, I know. They like eat your face. It's annoying. Bro.
I hate when my face gets eaten.
I am healing. Eat Spectral Lance. Hello? Eat it. Eat it. Eat it.
I remember over here. I remember this man. I remember him being a fucking piece of shit. Hi, sir.
I remember this man. Salmon. I actually don't like salmon. I know. Controversial. Controversial.
Is it?
I don't know. You
you're
can't
good.
dislike anything these days.
I dislike everything.
Ooh, gravity well. Nice.
Did I ever tell you about the time that I went to HR to like talk to them about something and they're like, while we have you here.
Pretty Nikki's grind with me starts playing. Ew.
And they were like, oh, someone, like, you posted this thing on Facebook. Oh.
There's no way. I touched one underneath and still fell.
God damn it.
Ooh, there's an Iron Maiden down here.
I wish there wasn't. Anyway, so they were like, oh, you post this thing on Facebook and like people could get offended and you should be more mindful. Like, first of all, it wasn't even saying anything bad about anybody. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. They're like, you should just, you know, when you're posting stuff, just be aware and try and post things that maybe won't offend people or that they could possibly get offended by. And I was like, no.
Who
No.
said this? Because
HR.
have they ever spent a second on the internet?
Because basically what had happened was
What happened was
I made a post being like, hey, you know, good job everybody at Haunt or you know, Haunts, and you know, we had a great like practice weekend and I'm proud of everybody, and you know, sometimes there are people who are going to try and make it about them, but you know, it is what it is.
And
just try and
HR
have fun
thought
with
that
it.
was a problem.
Yeah, because someone went and reported it to them. They like showed someone, and I know who it was because he was trying to cause problems. Later, he ended up using a gay slur on stage in front of guests, which was hilarious because I'm like, oh, HR, I'm the problem because I said, hey, sometimes people make things about them, but you know, they keep moving on.
Yeah.
And somehow HR is like, yeah, you just gotta.
Right,
sometimes people can perceive things and take it like it's about them, and I'm like, that sounds like that's a them problem. I didn't say names.
Like you took that offensively, HR.
Yeah, it sounds like they took it offensive, cried to you, and you guys have to cover your own asses about a post I made on my account off hours.
I
sorry,
hate
not
that.
sorry.
Honestly, when they're like, you can't post anything negative about your job or whatever, and it's like.
And I had said it was like it wasn't even about
something negative to say about my job, maybe you should take that as like.
But it wasn't even
a
about
sign.
our job
Yeah,
specifically.
that
It was
wasn't
like
even
nothing
negative.
about the job. I was talking about haunts in general, and I said that sometimes people make things about themselves.
Yeah.
Whatever. For them to be
we
like,
can just
well,
kill Red Wolf real quick and call it.
yeah, just to be like, oh well, you know, you
This
should
is right
post
up
and
here.
be more mindful about.
I'm stuck. I am stuck in
Oh,
the
no.
wall. Get out of my fucking
I'm-
face, dude.
I'm out of fucking.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's a jar. I forgot about the jar.
Bro.
Yep.
Like, that is a joke with how fast they can cast compared to how fast you can cast.
But yeah, basically telling me like, be more mindful about what you post and how people could take it. That's not my fucking problem.
Holy shit, that was actually ridiculous.
It's also not their problem or any of their
Even
business.
the freaking
but, you know.
IRS held a whole training session that basically said what you do outside of work is not our problem. Like, the IRS knows. They're like, we can't tell people no, so we're not gonna try.
Yeah, well, Knots is like, we're gonna try and micromanage you. It's like, I did it when I wasn't at work, and it's on
Also,
Facebook.
The one thing that kind of bugs me when people are like, oh, don't post negative things on Facebook, it's like, first of all, I am not friends with anybody, like, supervisory or HR or whatever, so that immediately is like, that. Well, that's a violation of my privacy because you had to have went and looked at it to verify, you know?
My page is private. Only
That's what I'm
friends
saying,
can
so,
see it. So it's
yeah.
like, but they didn't even go and look. It was my fucking coworker took it to them.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying, but, like, HR should still, like, verify, you know? Like, because what if somebody just photoshops a picture of something that I said on Facebook? I'm stuck in this doorway.
Meanwhile, our manager actually talked shit about us after the season had ended, and that was fine. They were allowed to come back as the fucking manager, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Wolf, like, stop for a second.
Oh no, he stays. Oh no. And that's why I hate HR. Also, HR was like, oh yeah, like we told them all the stuff that was going on. They're like, your boss can't do that. They're not allowed to do that. He's not allowed to do that, you know.
Post. I've got exactly 102 suspects. There we go. All right. That is where we are going to call it for
I'm
tonight.
going to ride you, so let me do that
I
real
will say
quick.
goodbye to chat while you do.
Okay, let me deafen and then I'll do.
Okay.
Okay, apparently it's not letting me. What is it doing? I have to do the disclosures. Okay, that's great. Let me deafen now.
The disclosures. Okay. Let me pull up the next person in the raid train. It doesn't show that they're live. So I'm really hoping that they are live, and for some reason they're just not connected on Twitch or on Discord, because I'm supposed to be raiding this person. Okay. Are they live? They are live. Okay, good. They just are not connected on Discord. Perfect. Okay, I panicked for a second that I was like, stream over so soon? It's not so soon. It's 4 hours, like always. But we unfortunately can't push it a little bit later tonight like we normally do, because it is the wonderful Firekeepers Raid Train Day. They are live. They are live. They are live. Like I said, they're just not connected on Discord, so it didn't show them live on Discord. But they're live, so we're just gonna wait for Yaga to raid on in, give us a couple extra numbers, and we'll continue. But yeah, thank you so much to all the Firekeepers. I appreciate it. But yes, thank you so much to all the Firekeepers who came on over. Not only to Goose, who was the slot before us, but also to Rome and to who was I feel terrible. Who was the other one who raided in? Rome raided us, and Leanne. Oh, I felt so bad. Leanne raided us as well. Thank you so much, everybody, for those raids. Thank you to my chat for being so wonderful and welcoming to our raider friends. And yeah, so yeah, we'll continue this next Wednesday with Yaga, and Friday we're starting Mass Effect 2. So yeah, let's go. All right, guys. So please use this raid message. Please use this raid message. Do not use the one that's going to come up with Frosty Tools. Please use the Firekeeper raid, and let's go bring all of the love and all of the hype to Aether Thrift, who is the next step on the raid train. Please copy and paste the Firekeeper raid. I will see you guys on Friday. Thank you for all of the love, all of the raids, all of everything, all of the support. I appreciate you all. Go give Aether lots of love, and I will see you guys on Friday.